Move. All right. So I think I'm gonna see if I can't make change my background real quickly to potentially give you guys a larger screen for chat and image results. I was trying to work on it before we went live, but I did not get finished with that process. So let me just see what I can do here. That will be much larger, much easier for everyone to see, I think. All right, so now I need to adjust this. And then I'll also need to do the same with our image slider. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, that should work. That should work. All right. Now we will wait until there's some action, and then we will watch the action, and call the action, and talk about the action. I hope that Luke does not do what UM is asking. He did get injured recently, and he's been rehabbing, but looks like he's doing well. Um, I suppose the suggestion is perhaps he just stayed due to the Scotland thing and to try to drum up some publicity, some local support, and get attendance up there. Uh, but I'd like to think that's not the case. I'd like to think that we're there and we'll see some good competition. I am waiting for my live stream to begin. There we go. And I'm looking at Terry. Terry's looking good. All right. Dave wants to know, what do I think the battles between Tom and Mitch? How do I think they'll go? Since Tom is going to be changing coaches. Now, I don't agree with the second part of that. You said that coaches and is going to focus on bigger comps like Hooper has done. Well, that's not the case with Hooper. He doesn't focus on the bigger comps. He kind of shows up to compete at everything. That's why he's been on 20 plus podiums in the last couple of years. So there's not that many major contests in the sport of strongman. So for him to be on that many podiums means he's had to compete at a tremendous number of events. That's one of the things, one of the many things that makes Mitchell Hooper special is that he recovers incredibly well. So a lot of these guys, and I think it's very, very intelligent for Tom to step back and do less competitions to have time to recover, and that's something that the body needs, or at least everybody who's human, which clearly Mitchell Hooper is not. He comes from the planet Krypton, or is the son of Odin, or something. I'm not sure, but most humans need time to recover after pressing their bodies to the limits that these guys push themselves to in these contests. But Mitchell Hooper seems to be able to compete on Saturday and Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, and you get the idea. He just doesn't really seem to break down that easy. So Now, as far as the rest of that goes, do I think that it will benefit Tom? Well, I think the strategy to do fewer competitions is wise for the reasons I just pontificated about. The rest of it, it remains to be seen. We can't really comment on whether the coaching switch will be a success or not until we actually see it play out. And so it remains to be seen. I hope I hope that healing up from injuries, letting his body recover, getting into a different mental space. I hope all of those things work because when Tom is operating at his best, he's clearly a beast. And right now, I love this sport. You guys know that. I love this sport more than anything. But I will admit, it's getting a little boring watching Mitchell Hooper show up and win everything. Um, like we used to make predictions, right? You guys used to always want to know my predictions. Hey, Jace, who's going to do so and so at the events? By the way, I've got a full 2025 Strongman predictions video coming out later where I predict the entire year of 2025. But, you guys used to really demand that content. You wanted to know who I thought was going to win each contest, what was going to be first, second, third, how's the podium going to shake out, what was the top five. Now, we really just discuss kind of who do we think is going to finish second and third because we kind of just assume Mitchell Hooper's probably going to win the dang thing. And I don't have anything against Mitchell. I'm a fan. I subscribe to his channel. I'm a paid member for the join for the bonus content. Thought about hiring him as a coach and taking advantage of his coaching program. So I definitely have nothing against Mitchell. But from the competitive side of things, I hope the rest of the field rises up and starts doing some things to really challenge him because it is kind of dull to turn the streams on and watch these things when it feels like a foregone conclusion what the end of the story is going to be. I guess I should be above the chat, not the chat sitting on me, right? That'd be better. So let me move this layer up. Yeah. I should be higher than the chat. Ooh, okay. So anyway, throw up some more questions. We got time before the results come in because we haven't seen the first anything happen yet. So we're sitting here waiting for them to really get the show going. You might as well ask some questions or throw some thoughts into the chat so that you don't just have to sit here and stare at silence because I'll think of nothing to say, or just listen to me ramble on about absolutely nothing. I don't know how many will actually have join us today. It's not like this event is usually one of the big ones that the fans come out of the woodwork for. I was actually surprised that we had as good a showing for the USA Strongman Open Championships as we did, but I guess part of the reason was it had the World Deadlift Championships as a part of it. Um, but I was pleasantly surprised with how many people we had come in and watch it with us. So I'm hoping that I'm wrong, and plenty of people will show up for this one too. But so Sonic, when you ask about my favorite orders, I'm kind of weird, or at least I think I'm weird. Maybe this is normal and I don't know it. But virtually every little fast food place you can think of, I don't really associate it by the name of the place. To me, that place is an item because I'm always going to order the exact same thing when I go there. Like, I've never heard of Taco Bell. I go to a place called Chili Cheese Burrito because that's what I'm going to get. And so every fast food franchise I kind of think of as an item. Again, Arby's. I call that the Big Montana because that's what their large roast beef used to be, and it will always be a Big Montana to me. So it's not Arby's. The only exception to this rule seems to be Sonic. I don't really have a standing order at Sonic. I'll get a lot of chili cheese dogs. I'll get a lot of Sonic burgers. I'll treat myself to some chicken tenders. I'll get chicken sandwiches, although I change the way they make them quite a bit. Um, so, but yeah, I don't really have a standing order. Sonic is the one place I kind of mix things up. Tucker, you need to knock it off, dude. I'm gonna go banish you into the room with Bud. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna take one of my dogs and give him to my brother because he's being obnoxious and annoying. So I'll be back in a moment. Lay that down. All right, I am back. Sure, you guys missed me. So this event is in Scotland. I know a lot of times we have some Scotland people join us here. A lot of Scottish fans in the sport of strongman, actually. And I already see some spicy peppers going up in the chat. So, kind of curious, is anyone currently here from Scotland? Because I have a question for you guys in just a moment that's not strongman related. So, if you're from Scotland, put an I in the chat. Even though there's not a ton of people here yet, but I still want you to do it. Well, England doesn't really count as Scotland because it's not Scotland. But if you say, "Hey, we're part of the UK crowd," we share a brotherhood, and I might be able to answer the question that you're going to throw at it. It might apply to me. Feel free to say it counts. Sure. Yes, we don't have any Scotlanders here right now, so they probably won't know. But I'm gonna throw a question there anyway. By the way, I've actually considered in the last 6 months pretty strongly about moving to Scotland, and that might be something I do in the next couple of years. So we'll see. Not saying I'm going to, but I'm really considering it. Um, in any event, the question I was going to ask for my Scotlanders is if you guys are familiar with this singer called Nathan Evans. Maybe some of you guys who aren't from Scotland will still know Nathan Evans. I don't know. But I know he's from Scotland. Kind of got his fame by singing sea shanties on TikTok. But for whatever reason, I've discovered in the last month or so that I totally dig his music. Uh, Google throws up on my playlist at the gym a lot of times a lot of Celtic music and stuff anyway, because I listen to like a lot of Celtic praise music. There's to me it's really cool listening to bagpipes and people sing uh, when people worship. But anyway, um, Google just started throwing a bunch of Nathan Evans songs into my playlist at the gym, and I found myself going, "Ooh, I like this song." And then they'd play another one of his, and I'd find myself going, "Ooh, I really like that." And it's been that way about every song that I think I've heard from him. That I think the dude is really, really good. I'm not sure that it's typical workout music or it's supposed to get you fired up or not, but it does me. It works for me. So I guess that's all that matters since it's in my ear. So cripple strength, I have to ask you a question. What explain your name to me. Explain the significance of cripple strength. Like, are you suggesting that you're so strong that it is crippling to others or crippling to the equipment because you're just that brutal? Or are you saying, hey, I was a guy who was crippled but or I am disabled, but don't let that count. Don't count me out because I can do some stuff. I can kind of empathize with the second one for things that some of you have heard about in the past. We're not going to delve into it right now, but I'm just curious about the name. So, what's behind cripple strength? Handsome Pavlo. T Rex pretending that he's Triple H and spitting water. Right. I just saw Iron Bibby do a cartwheel. If you're not watching the stream, you should be. That was worth the price of admission right there. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. I guess the question is whether or not I think it's possible for Thor to deadlift 520. Um, and do I think it's possible for us as a species to deadlift 520 kilograms? Yes, I do. Do I think that there's anyone in 2024 capable of pulling that weight now? I'm not sure. Do I think that there's people who are competing now who are capable of reaching that level? Probably. And if I was a betting man, like who would get to such a number first, it would be Thor. He would definitely be the front runner. I think most people would probably agree to that. So if I was to bet on anyone to get there first, assuming someone actually gets there, I think your most likely person to pull 520 pounds from the floor to the top of their thighs is probably half Thor Bjornsson. I am disabled, and cripple strength means not letting obstacles keep you from improving, only if you're able to improve a little. If you never strive for greatness, you will always be average. Amen. I concur. So I don't know if you've ever been around for any of my story or not, uh, but um, I'm disabled as well, although I don't really recognize myself that way. And it's not because I think it's offensive or anything, but I do well. So I was born with some physical deformities, and basically, when I was born, doctors told my parents I wasn't likely to ever walk. I'd be in a wheelchair. I got out of the wheelchair, and it was like, well, better get used to seeing your son in arm braces and leg braces for his whole life because that's the way it's going to be. Got rid of the arm braces. The leg braces were supposed to be the new final form. Got rid of those and was basically told, okay, well, he'll look normal, I guess, and be able to do a lot of things, but he's not going to be able to do sports or anything competitive. And we got rid of that as well. So uh, I don't say that to brag. I say that to actually, I'm kind of grateful for the hand that I was dealt. And what I mean by that is, I'm the kind of guy that I don't really enjoy doing things that come easy to me or natural to me. I only really like doing stuff that is hard, that I struggle with. And and then I also have a big chip on my shoulder where I don't like being told I can't do something. And so, with the athletic accomplishments that I have made in my life, I really think I owe it to being dealt a bad rap from the start. If I had been normal or whatever, I think I probably would have been a very lazy guy who never did anything because I didn't need to prove myself or show anything. So, in some ways, it's made me, I think, a better person and a more competitive and complete person. So, anyway, hats off to you, Cripple Strength. All right, looks like we're about to begin. So I'm gonna turn the speakers up and let you guys hear a little bit of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time in 2024, welcome to Giants Live.
Uh, they're using the big THX sound. Nice. Now they're giving us the black screen of death. There we go. 10, 9. Okay, so I guess it's time for our first poll. We don't have a lot of people here, but we'll ask it anyway. But here's our poll, okay? All right, here's your first poll. Who wins this thing today? Hooper, or is it anyone other than Hooper? Because I think most of us, the way we look at these things now, is kind of like that. Um, so if this isn't lopsided, I'm gonna leave this up for a while because I want to have give people time to come in. But it isn't lopsided after we get like 60 votes or something, where it's like 75+% for Hooper. So it's looks like there's a lot of people thinking that someone else is going to win. Then I'll throw up another tour where we'll put some of the front runners on there, and I'll let you guys pick amongst them who's going to finish the highest and or win the thing outright. Uh, but first I just want to see what percentage of us are not expecting a Mitchell Hooper win. Fun fact about Mitchell Hooper and the Giants Live series this year, official strongman games. Um, out of these events, um, they have these four, what they consider their four major events of the year. And in the past, out of the four majors, and I'm not talking about what we consider the big majors in strongman, the Grand Slam. You got your World's Strongest Man, Strongest Man on Earth, Rogue, and Arnold. But specifically, the partnership strongman game, official strongman games, and Giants Live, the four big shows that they have in a year. No one has ever won more than two of the four in a year before. Several guys have pulled off two of four until this year. Mitchell Hooper has won the first three, so if he can win today, he will win all four of them in the same year. Um, so if you're rooting for him, I guess that's kind of cool. If you're rooting against him, then now you've got one more thing to to rally behind and root against him for today. So man, I'm having a little trouble breathing. Oh, also, uh, so you guys know about the channel transition next year and what we'll be doing with it. Still covering the strongman stuff, the major events, but gonna get into character, gonna do some cosplay stuff, gonna bring some dwarf vibes into the thing. Um, but I think the first month or two of new content is probably going to be a lot of my recovery because I'm going to have full shoulder replacement coming up before the end of the year, and obviously that's going to impact me. So we'll see what the full shoulder replacement does, but I fully expect the first bulk of my content to be surrounded around rehab. So See, we've got 14 votes so far, so I'm going to leave that up until we get at least 50. At least 50. I didn't expect that poll to stay on the screen. Oh, I guess the poll's staying on the screen in mine because I haven't voted. That's why it's showing, right? Once you vote, that goes away, doesn't it? I don't really know. I don't know, to be honest. I wonder if I can interact with that, get it to go away. Uh, hmm. Let me try something here. Figuring out the little quirks of OBS sometimes is interesting. I think there's a way to turn browser source into being interactive. Yeah, I got it. Boom. Oh, that's not going to work. Didn't like that. I probably just screwed this up bad now. Can't type in there. Yeah, that was terrible, guys. I really messed that up. Um, let's see. Best way to get this back maybe would be to go here. Boom, boom. Bring it back maybe. Maybe. Yeah, that'll bring it back. Okay. So apparently I can't interact with it. I guess that's stuck on the screen until I decide to end the poll. I apologize for that. I know that kind of makes an eyesore on the screen for you. My apologies. All right. I kind of want to let this poll run, but I kind of want to ask you guys another question. I can't run multiple polls. Dang it. Oh, well, we can kind of see where this one is going. I'll end it. You guys can see for yourself. We only got 18 votes in. However, it looks pretty overwhelming. The vast majority of people are expecting a Hooper win. So everybody is playing for second according to our little chat community. So I'll throw up another poll here now. All right. All right, here's your new question. Your new poll. So Hercules hold. Does Mark Felix break his own record? Your choices are yes, no, but Iron Bibi does, no, but someone else will, nobody. The record doesn't go down. I saw when Mitchell Hooper made his predictions, uh, he didn't have Mr. Trey Mitchell even finishing in the top five, and I I hope that Mitchell Hooper is wrong because I'm kind of a fan of Trey Mitchell. You guys hear me say all the time that I'm not really a fan of most of these guys, and I'm not. I'm a fan of the sport, but there's a soft spot in my heart for Big Tex. I really, really like Trey Mitchell. Just seems like such a good dude. Um, and anyway, uh, I think I think Trey Mitchell's going to be standing on the podium when this thing is done. Um, but if he doesn't finish in the top five, because Mitchell Hooper left him out of the top five, then I would have to think Achilles return or no Achilles return. And he looked pretty good at his last event. Um, I would have to say that that's a big underperformance for Trey Mitchell, especially in this field. And he's got some really good events. Are all the events for him pocketable and amazing points? No, but I think the vast majority of these are good for him. And and I don't see a world in which Trey Mitchell doesn't finish second or third here. And if I'm wrong, I can't see him dropping beyond fourth and fifth. I I don't know. Do you guys think I'm crazy? And do you guys think Mitchell Hooper is right, or do you? What do you think? Do you think Trey Mitchell finishes out of the top five? All right, we're ending the poll. So the vast majority of the crowd, and the number one winner answer is that we do not expect the Hercules hold record to be broken. The second most popular answer says that Iron Bibby has a better shot of breaking it than does Mark Felix. So there you go, for whatever that's worth. I think grip is something that Trey typically struggles with. I'm hoping he's putting time into working on that. Uh, but I've seen him do a lot of hold events in the past where he does pretty good for a guy with with a bad grip. Um, the the implements that they're going to have to hold today, they're not that heavy really. I don't think he's going to struggle holding on to any of those. Like Farmer's no problem. Um, so I don't see his grip being an issue in there. And with the Hercules hold, those are the types of grip events that Trey Mitchell has done pretty well in the past. So um, now that doesn't mean that he'll do it today. Uh, that grip of his may come back to haunt him, but I think he'll be fine with the events that we have here, the weights that are involved, and furthermore, even if the grip causes him to lose some points, I personally, and I'm fully willing to admit that I could be wrong about this, but I don't expect Trey's grip to cost him so much that it would cause him to fall out of the top five. So I definitely think Trey Mitchell is in your top five, and personally, I think he's going to wind up on the podium. Personally. And how is my banana hammock doing? My good old friend. So now that we've got some Scotlander folks here, I'll go back to my Nathan Evans question. Am I the only person that enjoys this Scotland kids music, Nathan Evans? Because I really like it a lot. Well, I wish you were hanging around with us. You're pretty fun to argue with sometimes. A lot of people in my chats are either far too agreeable; they just say whatever, they just echo and agree with whatever I say, or they just come here to troll incessantly and just be rude. You have always seemed, whether I agree with you or disagree with you, you always seem fair. Uh, for the most part, willing to hear out the opposition. Uh, you're fun to tussle with sometimes. So I like when you join us. Well, good. I'm glad to know that I'm not the only person that enjoys Nathan Evans. I sing his music pretty loudly at the gym, and I get a lot of people staring at me. I've also been known to sing songs like "Heaven Is a Place on Earth" loud at the gym. So, yeah. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. There you go, YouTube. That was just for you. Bet you guys are glad you chose to tune in today now, aren't you? Luke, spicy, Stoltman. He looks emotional. And there is the moose. So, one thing I've noticed about Hooper is that his body composition continues to change from when he came on the scene, and he just looks more and more solid, powerfully built all the time. But no matter how good of shape he gets in and how much more dense and defined he gets, he keeps the fat guy face. Uh, and I dig that as a guy who suffers from fat face, even when I'm like, 140 pounds. But anyway, no disrespect to him because I got fat face too. The first event should be kicking off any minute now. Colin Bryce. Everybody loves Colin Bryce. Go ahead and put your hearts for the Space Cowboy in the chat. Or maybe I should have asked for emojis of cowboy hat. That probably would have made more sense. I don't know. Well, someone earlier, I think it was UM, but someone earlier, I think, and again, I could be wrong. Maybe it wasn't UM. If I'm attributing this to the wrong person, I apologize to both people. But I believe it was UM earlier who asked, how long it would be before Luke says he's injured and has to bow to the competition. I hope that doesn't happen. And whether Luke finishes first, not going to happen probably. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, whatever. No matter where Luke finishes, I really do hope that he has a strong showing, attacks every event with his best ability. Now, where that puts him is anyone's guess. I'm not saying if he performs well, he wins this event. This I'm not saying that at all. But no matter how he places, I hope he gives us max effort, and I suspect he probably will, with it being in Scotland. But time will tell, right? Time will tell. Is it just me? You guys looking at the screen too? Does Tom look a little more fit there to you than he did in his last competition? He looks a little more fit to me than he did when he showed up at the last competition. Is he already making positive changes, or am I just seeing stuff that I want to be true, and my eyes are just cooperating to tell the narrative that I'm trying to populate into the chat? You guys tell me. Does he look more fit than he did before? I think he does.
Take this year off and see what happens. But 2025, I'm going to try and come back and get back to the best Tom Stoker. Do you know? Obviously, World's Strongest Man hasn't happened yet this year. I just got a feeling you're going to do all right, mate. So you just train hard for Christmas, all right? I think it's January 1st to 7th.
So now Colin is talking about the fact that WSM airs on TV way late, and I guess he thinks that's amusing or funny. All it really does is probably piss us strongman fans off. It's like makes us realize again, it's inexcusable that you don't air the results and the stuff for several freaking months.
He's going to put on a show today. Thank you very much, Tom. We'll maybe have a chat to you later on, eh? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Stoker.
All right. Got that out of the way. Well, I'm going to start the things off with a dumbbell medley. I think they jump in 10 kilogram increments. You guys probably know more than me. He's probably actually talking about it right now, and I'm missing it because I'm trying to narrate. But I think they started at 80 kilograms. I think they go 80, 91, 110, 120. I think.
Lawrence Shirley is around. Big loss. Europe's strongest man winner and a bit of a legend in. There he is. Where's Loz? Oh, you come, Loz. Come on, buddy.
Come on,
There
buddy.
we are. We'll have a chat with you. Let me also introduce you to a couple of other figures that are going to be around today while we set our cameras up.
I guess we're not talking about it, or maybe they already did it and I missed it, but I believe that's the dumbbell weights. I think the first dumbbell is 80 kilograms, and then each dumbbell jumps 10 kg. I think 80, 91, 110, 120. I'm probably wrong. I wonder if Strongman Archives tells. Let's see here. Does it give the weights? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Thanks a lot, Strongman Archives. I'm not very good with heavy dumbbells. With my left, the shoulder that is soon to be rebuilt, I feel like sometimes I can't lift my arm. It actually hurts to flex. Like if I flex with my right arm, no problem. Pressing my right, it's fine. Both shoulders are kind of screwed up, but this one is so bad. Like literally any movement in my arm at all almost invokes tears right now. It is horrible. And so yeah, that is not fun, guys. Seriously, that hurts bad. So we'll go back down. So I'm really hoping that surgery is going to help with this because it would be nice to be back in the gym and to be able to do some overhead pressing, logs, just typical overhead pressing with a bar. It'd be nice to be able to do some overhead movements again and not hate life and not basically feel like I've got one arm working and one arm hanging down by my waist. If they don't get started with the dumbbell medley soon, I'm gonna have to break away for a tinkle break. My bladder can't wait for sports activity to start much longer. Boom, 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 boom.
Scotland has a huge tradition in strength, and it's great to be back, guys. Enjoy the show.
Yay, Scotland. Scotland is a place called home. That's another Nathan Evans song. uh, and it may be a place that I call home in a few years. Okay, they just had a little thing flash up showing the medley weights, and it did say from 80 to 120 kg. So I feel pretty good about what I said earlier now. If the starting weight and the ending weight I had correct, I don't think it's out of the question that the middle weights are probably right as well. Evans Nana. Looking a little thicker than the last time I saw him. I gotta get some screenshots up for you guys, so we'll do that here. Get you some screenshots. All right. Here they go. No problem with the first. Second is up for Evans. He's on to the third. Ooh. He does not lock out the 100. He was moving fast, but he did not get the down signal, nor did he deserve it. And now his opponent has caught up to him. So he gets it this time. And down signal. He fought for that one. He fought for that one. Good work. Like to see them not give up on themselves. Oh! 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 I think that's going to do it, guys. We should be able to get some images going now. If I go in here and I do this right here, boom, boom, and we'll do that. And there should be, that proves that my screenshots are working. That's what I was testing there. All right. So things are working the way they're supposed to. It doesn't happen all that often. So good job OBS for not being a jerk and letting the dang thing work today. All right. I'm going to go tinkle. I'll be back. Oh, I'm missing it. I'm missing it. No. No. Did I miss like a full round, or is this the round after Nana? Hope I didn't miss an entire round of action. If I did, you guys better tell me in the chat what happened. Yako, struggling. That looked pretty good. I didn't really think too much looked wrong with the previous one where he didn't get the call, but that one did look more solid and better. So I guess I can see why they didn't give him the other, but I probably would have given it. uh, anyway, so Kane Francis, best Jaco Skundvinkel. Just love to say that name. And I guess we should go here now. And here. Boom. All right. Getting exciting now. So some of you guys are actually watching the stream live with me, right? It's not just you guys sitting in the chat waiting for results or listening to me ramble. Others are watching it besides me, right? Please tell me that some of you guys are watching along. Yay! Spencer Remick. I think are there two Americans in the field? Just Spencer and Trey Mitchell, or am I leaving anyone out? I think there's two Americans in the field. I'm probably wrong. Who am I forgetting about? And they're off. 80 kilograms, no problems for either of these guys. 90 kilograms, looking okay, looking okay. There we go. Got a nice North American battle going on here. USA versus Canada. Man, they waited a long time to tell Spencer he could put that thing down. He almost lost it trying to get the down call. Looked like it was up there for a good while. Derwinski says no. Spencer says no. So they're going to call it a draw. And nobody wins the Battle of America versus Canada. There you go. The recap 80 looks good for both. 90 looks good for both. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Spencer makes a comeback. And I actually think that Spencer's 110 looked better than his 100, if I'm being honest. Yeah, his 110 definitely looked better than his 100. But they took a long. I think they were almost a little premature giving a down signal on the 100, and potentially a little late giving the down call on the 110. So maybe that was a little thing where Magnus was like, I don't know if he really earned the 100, so he made him work extra for the 110. Technically, you shouldn't do that if you're judging. You shouldn't carry anything from one implement to the next. But Magnus is not exactly the most consistent caller, in my opinion. Anyway, uh, and I actually did think that that fourth dumbbell for Spencer went up much easier than the third dumbbell and looked more steady as well. Just my opinion. We got the future in this one. It's almost time for another poll. We'll do it after this round. Luke, the future Richardson. Oh, he's fast. Man, he is cooking. Dang, no problem. On to the fifth already. Luke gets the fourth. No, yeah, the fourth. That was Luke's fourth. There you go. First man to complete all five. And he did it in a blistering fast time. Luke does not get the fifth, avoids breaking his skull open, and says that's about enough for me. What a great performance. And I didn't get any screenshots of that either because I'm an idiot. But oh my gosh, he blew through those. That was impressive stuff right there. That was impressive. Yeah, Evan was kind of riling him. Evan Singleton was kind of riling Luke in an interview recently where someone mentioned his nickname and Singleton said, "Shouldn't we call you the past?" And I thought that was kind of a douchey thing to say, but Luke he said, "Not yet, not yet." But man, that was an impressive dumbbell medley there.
Very exciting. It's my favorite event, and I did it very well. Thank you.
You did do it very well, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Roman Greco. We will see much more from him, and if he's not continued.
Man, he smoked that dumbbell medley. What a performance from Roman. I mean, that was good. That was legitimately impressive. Seems like all the guys from there are really good dumbbell pressers. Good pressers in general, really. But man, that was fast, efficient, steady, looked easy. Yeah, he may have won the dumbbell medley with that performance. I don't know. Big Tex, Trey Mitchell. Come on, Trey. And some Pavlo. I'm very envious of his beard. I've got some beard envy going on here. But back to Luke Richardson. I think it's fine if he calls himself the future for at least another 7, 8 years. I mean, Uriah Faber was the California kid until the time he was like 69. So Big Tex is looking good here, maintaining a lead on Pavlo Kordiaka. Trey gets the fourth. Pavlo gets the fourth. I'm guessing Trey stepped away to chalk up there. They give Big Tex the down call, and Pavlo does not get it up. So, or maybe they're saying he didn't get. I don't know. I can't really. It helps when you have the sound.
In himself, and he's here. You know, everyone's talking about Mitchell Hooper.
Yeah,
Trey
okay.
believes he can beat him. He's a super strong athlete. Some very, very good events to come today. And we're seeing that confidence back in Trey after what was a terrible injury, not even a full year ago. Incredible effort. Look at that on the big screen. We'll try and catch a little word with Trey as we watch that effort on the overhead.
Well, apparently, they made Trey go back and stick the fourth one back on the pad.
You could see position. He goes over and has a little word there with Mike, but how was the problem made? There's a different look. I said a moment ago while you were doing that. There's a different look in your eye now, Trey. It really is like they're out there proving something very sinister, solemn, dedicated, and focused look. How did that feel?
Oh, the dumbbell felt great. It's definitely been practicing a whole lot. Coming back from this Achilles, put a lot of effort into being more explosive. in his show on this dumbbell run.
Now, Trey, on a Shockley said it a moment ago, there's some great events for you here tonight in Glasgow. Which are you looking forward to most? Do you see any weaknesses there, or do you think this could be your evening?
I'm thinking this could be one of my best performances coming off of the Las Vegas show.
You can hear what everybody thought about that. You did 470 kilos raw. What's the
Yeah.
response been like from fans of the sport since that?
470 without a suit, without figure eights. He did not deadlift it the easiest out of everybody that got 470 up, but it was the most impressive because it was unaided by a suit or figure eights. So, yeah, I enjoyed watching Trey Mitchell's 470 kg deadlift at the World Deadlift Championships. Now we got the hometown favorite here. I guess not really hometown, home country. The countryman, Spicy Luke up here. So in front of his hometown, again, not hometown, in front of his countrymen, he has the unenviable task of taking on Mitchell Hooper. That just seems like a rude thing to do to the homeboy. That just seems hateful and rude. Like, why would you take the local hero and square him off in the first event against Mitchell Hooper? That just seems wrong and disrespectful. But I hope Luke comes out here and smashes this and beats Hooper so that I have a bunch of egg on my face and I look like a real jerk for having just said what I just said. Man, look at his freaking quads. Jeez. Hooper gets the fourth, and he's on to the fifth already. And he's going to get it. He gets the down call. He was fighting. He was like, I don't think I got it. Well, he's like, I don't think they're going to give it to me. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. And then they get it. And then Luke gets it as well. He held it steady really long, but I'm not sure it was really locked out, if I'm being honest. But I mean, again, I find it harder and harder to criticize a lot of times just because the judging is so wildly inconsistent. Like, I almost feel like it is what it is. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I saw some bend there. Then also a lot of these guys, if I'm being honest, a lot of these guys can't physiologically lock out anymore. They have so much muscle tissue and such strength in their tendons in here that their arm is essentially straight, even when it isn't straight. Luke is probably one of those guys. Yeah, it's streamed. If you want to watch it, the easiest path is to go to officialstrongman.com, sign up there. Depending upon where you're at, the price is going to fluctuate, and obviously there's different currencies. But the price will be roughly in the neighborhood of $9.99 US dollars a month, so $10 a month, and that allows you to see everything that the official Strongman Games throws on, as well as several other competitions. They partner with a lot of places, and you'll get to see live streams, even of events that they're not hosting. So if you're a fan of the sport and you like to support these guys, you know that they don't make a ton of money, and you wish that they had more. I think it's a good thing to support them. I always subscribe and to me, it's $10 a month well spent. I get plenty of entertainment from what these guys do and put themselves through for my enjoyment. But it's not free. It is available to stream. Again, that's officialstrongman.com. It's probably the easiest method to get there and get set up.
That was fun. Mate, Mitchell was awesome, but you are one of the greatest Scottish strongmen of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, Luke Stallman. Thank you, guys.
Well, good to see Luke get all 5, especially in front of his countrymen there. That was good to see. Guess now there's going to be a Hooper interview. I just want to see the results come up, though, because I still want to see, because Roman's time, I'm still super impressed by.
Pretty much the plan, I'm assuming. Unbelievable run.
Yeah, the plan is always to try to win the event, of course. There's playing in my head that last year I got off to quite a slow start in Glasgow. And you guys deserve the best version of me, so I thought I'd bring that.
Now, we'd seen a very, very impressive run there from Roman Grekov. He looked exceptional. You were being pushed to the middle ground by Luke, but just in that last third, the 110, the 120, you started to separate out. How scary is it when you've got someone like that breathing down your neck and you're going into a 120 dump?
It's certainly a little bit scarier when no hate, no disrespect. Everyone in this building is cheering against me. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm happy to be your third favorite tonight. But yeah, it's really hard to stay in your own lane when you have a dumbbell on your shoulder and you hear a big cheer because he's chasing you. It's something that's a skill to put out of your head.
And we also saw that as that dumbbell got to full extension there was a moment where it looked like it was getting away from you. How do you reset in that kind of situation? Because
All right. That's enough talking. Let's put the results up on the screen. I don't even know if I turned the images on this time or not. So I'll do it now. You might be getting to see the same things that you've already seen. I'm not sure. But all right. I put the results up because I really want to know if Roman won that thing. That's one thing I don't like about these shows is they don't stick in these timed events. They don't stick a visual clock up on the screen for the viewers, and I think they should. All the technology is easily available to do that. Where it's almost inexcusable that they don't do that, and they don't do a very good job of calling out the times after. And so you kind of just have to sit around after the events and kind of wait for them to tell the full results of the event. I think it's a bit silly, but it is what it is. So, oh yeah, I promised you guys a poll earlier, and I didn't do it. Okay. Live events. Oh, wait just a minute here. I got an idea for a poll, but I need to see the results for the first event hit my screen before I ask it. All right. Come on, guys. Come on. Give us some information here.
Well, they're also extremely good at the dumbbell, so they obviously put a lot of work into not just the strength side of it, but also the technique.
Yeah, I thought that was
talking
a really
about-
exciting event, guys. I'm sure you did at home. You can see there behind us that we are on the screen there that we're getting the yoke ready. That's
I commented on how good they were at the dumbbell earlier. Guys from there are just, they seem to know how to do that. They seem to know how to press things over their head.
So, yeah, some great looking kit. You've got the big wooden farmers, the big wooden super yoke as well. I mean, it's going to be a really fantastic looking event. And obviously, we're talking about big weights as well. And I expect to see some massive performances here as well.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this, and like you said, they look absolutely incredible. But I'm also
Those yokes do look good. If Strongman Archives will show some results, even though they haven't put them on the dumbbell medley. Nope. Clicked over to try to find out. Still waiting. None of you guys happen to have an on-site local hookup who's there in attendance live telling you what's happening and has reported the results of the dumbbell medley, do you? Farmer's walk and the super yoke. Got 150 kilogram farmers in each hand, and then a 450 kilogram yoke. A maximum time to complete the course of 60 seconds.
So, if he can put in a good farmer's run, get some good points, he could be challenging Mitch come the end of the competition.
No, I agree. I think Trey is really showing some potential for this competition to be on that podium for sure. Like, we know that he's super strong, but just the last couple of months, he's just blossomed, isn't he? Like, he's just absolutely incredible. So I'm looking forward to this. They've got other people on there. Remick, he likes a moving event. Evans, Nana, very, very good on the yoke. Luke Stoltman, we've seen him moving that car this year on Giants Live event. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he is under a yoke. What are you thinking for Luke Stoltman in this event?
Yeah, I mean, for Luke's, I mean, it has been a bit weird coming to this competition.
Okay. I am really wanting the results. I don't know if you guys have heard me mention that or not yet. I don't think I've said anything about it, but I do want those results. Here we go. Finally. Okay, so Mitchell Hooper gets across there faster than Roman Grekov. So that is a win for Hooper. There you go. So Hooper wins the dumbbell medley. And now I can ask my question since that happened. So now we'll get to our poll now that we know that. We got 5 events, 12 competitors in the field. So that means there's a maximum of 60 points available. So know that before you see the poll. All right, here you guys go. So this is not, I'm not asking how many points will the winner have at the end of the day. What I am asking is how many points would they need to have to win? So in other words, let's say Mitchell Hooper wins like our start of the day poll thought that he probably would, and he winds up with 57 points. Okay, not saying that's going to happen. We're just throwing a random number out there. I'm not saying, hey, it took 57 to win. We then look at the second place and we see what the second place person had. If they had 53, it would have only taken 54 points to win the competition. So that's the question that you're answering. How many points will it take to win the world final, the world tour final. He's going out there alone. We may have already had our first person withdraw from the competition. Did they announce that live out loud? We have an even number of combatants or competitors with 12, so I don't feel like anybody should be taking this run alone unless someone has withdrew. Well, no disrespect to him. I don't think this is going to be a run that wins. Okay, I need to actually move some of the images into a different directory so that you guys don't have to look at the dumbbell medley in every event that follows. I only want to show the active one. So let me move some stuff around here. Give me just a second here. These over here. That sound you hear is saying that this old man has some medicine to take. So I guess I should take my medicines. Okay, so now that I got that fixed, should be able to come here. And now the only images we should see should be from our farmer's carry and yoke medley. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. All right. Once I finish taking my meds, we'll close the poll. Not a lot of responses. That's fine. I didn't think we'd get a whole lot for this particular question. And again, we have fewer than 40 people joining us today. Keeps going between 28 and 32. Oh, we'll pay. All right, let's close this sucker up. We end the poll. We'll give you guys 10 seconds to get an answer in if you want to vote. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You didn't vote now, you don't get to vote. All right, so our educated strongman crowd, half of us believe that you can win the World Tour final with 50 to 53 points. 16% of us think that you basically have to be flawless or nearly flawless. And then another 16% of us think you're not going to need a ton of points to win. Boom, 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 boom. Hayne Francis versus Evans Nana. And I repeat, Nana's looking a lot thicker than I remember seeing him last. So Evans Nana wins the farmer's portion of the battle. Kane gaining ground on him in the yoke. But then Evans says, no, I don't like that, when he notices Kane Francis standing next to him. So then he decides to go ahead and pull away. So that will be a victory for Evans Nana. But I think Kane Francis made that closer than many people would have expected going into it. I think it might have been a win for Evans Nana, but I think that was a good performance for Kane Francis. Are they going to interview him? Looks like they're going to interview him.
Yes, mate. Look at this. And still got gas in the tank. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Evans Nana. Evans, tremendous performance there, mate. You take a second also. You go when you're ready to speak. It's fine for me to stand here looking like a Christmas decoration and ask you to talk into a microphone. Joking aside though, mate, phenomenal performance. Nothing between yourself and Kane on the farmer's element, but when you came into the yoke, you just had that superior balance and managed to finish strong.
Guys, I've been training, putting in the hours just to give you a show. I was here last year and I had to pull out after the second event. It was one of the saddest days of life. I told myself, coming back to Glasgow to show what I'm made of. This is where I belong. And once again, I'd like to use the opportunity to give a big shout out to Marcus Schroeder, who had a big injury in his gym, attempting to go to Vegas, to Nathan Goldtree, and to one of my friends, Patika Racha. They are fallen soldiers, and they did this because of the sport. Sorry, I can cuss my friend. I love you all. And you know what, guys? Look, I'm gonna count down to 3 and give them the biggest share because they're watching this. So 3, 2, 1, let's go!
All right. Okay. So I guess he was rallying the crowd to cheer for some injured strongman competitors. Nice gesture, I suppose. All right. We'll have a couple new athletes standing next to some farmers, or I guess standing between some farmers in a moment. And when I say standing between farmers, I mean a couple handles. I do not mean a couple gentlemen and or ladies who like to plow fields. All right. We saw this North American battle in the last round. USA versus Canada, Spencer Remick versus Wes Derwinski again. Derwinski leading. They get settled under the yoke at the exact same time, though, so Derwinski gave up his entire lead there, taking his time getting settled under the yoke, and now Spencer is pulling ahead. those two continue to look pretty evenly matched up. All right, then. Good stuff right there. So exciting you get to watch it a second time. So nice, you get to watch it twice. Come on back. Come on back. Come on back. Derwinski leading. Derwinski leading. Oh, he gives up his lead. Spencer leading. Spencer leading. Spencer leading. Spencer leading. Spencer leading. Spencer leading. Dragging. 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 Spencer leading. Spencer leading. Spencer leading. Spencer leading. Spencer leading. Spencer leading. And Spencer wins. What a good run. Tightly contested all the way. Very equally matched in the dumbbell medley. Pretty equally matched right there in the other medley. Farmers and yoke. So those two got a nice little battle going on right now. Personal rivalry in the World Tour final. USA versus Canada. Then after the event, they're going to go out and have a beer drinking competition. I don't drink at all. Some of you knew that. Some of you didn't. Most of you don't care. But yeah, I don't drink at all. But so I'm probably not the most educated person to speak on this because I know nothing about drinking. But something in me just feels like Wesley Derwinski could probably throw several back. I just feel like he can probably drink. If they were Canadian cold ones, I think he'd do just fine. If they were any other country's cold ones, I still think he would be just fine. I just feel like Wesley Derwinski can probably drink some beer. Pavlo Kordiaka and Luke, the future Richardson. He's 27, so that means he's really young. But he feels older than 27 because he spent so much time on the sidelines. It feels like he's been sitting for 10 years. Pablo's trying to catch up to him here. He's gaining ground. I think Pablo might catch him at the end. He does. Pablo wins. Nice. Nice. Pablo comes from behind to win that heat. He almost went over into Luke's lane, though. He flirted with that line for a long time. Hello, Sean McGuire. I don't know what assume means in this case, though. Um, oh, here comes the rest of it. I guess assume Hooper handing out a whooping to everyone. Well, it's too early right now. He did win the first event, the dumbbell medley, just barely, Roman threw out an amazing round to kick things off, and it looked like it was standing up. And then Mitchell Hooper just squeaked with a slightly better time in the last round. Uh, so that's where we're at right now. Hooper has 12 points, but we've only got one event down, so can't really say that he's handing out a whooping yet. But he's in the driver's seat already, as to be expected, I guess. Figured if he wasn't your pick to win the dumbbell medley, you probably figured he was going to finish second or third, and that's kind of what you figure for Mitchell Hooper in pretty much every event, right? If he doesn't win it, he's going to get second or third. He's not going to do worse than that. And when he does worse than third, I think a lot of us are shocked when Mitchell Hooper looks average at something, as we are when someone that comes out that we didn't expect and has a great performance. We've just come to expect greatness from him, and I don't know that that's fair of us, but I also think that's kind of how we as sports fans are in general when we see a dominant athlete. So Spicy Stoltzman versus Trey Mitchell. And even though I don't root for anyone, I just root for the sport, I do have a soft spot for Big Tex, so. And we're off. And Luke is smoking the Farmers. Wow. That was some speed. Good job, Luke. He's got the yoke moving really well, too. Maybe not quite the performance that I saw with the Farmers, but make no bones about it. That was a run for Luke Stoltman. He finished a full half course length ahead of Trey Mitchell there. Mitchell coming back with the yoke there. That was an impressive medley from the home countryman, Spicy Luke Stoltman. Really phenomenal run for Luke. Will it stand up? Will it win? Probably not, unless Mitchell Hooper seems to trip over and fall, because who the heck is beating Mitchell Hooper in a Farmers and a yoke medley? But greatness expectations aside that we just talked about, it just expecting Mitch to do the abnormal, the inhuman, the incredible, that was one hell of a run from Luke Stoltman, and he deserves to hear us congratulate him and give him his flowers here, because that was just a great run. He looked good in the dumbbell medley. He looked great in the Farmers yoke medley. Luke came to play ball today, getting a little bit of extra energy from his countrymen here. And Scotland is a place called home.
Watch Trey battling over the line there, which is great to see. I've got to say, mate, the reaction of the crowd during that run was unbelievable. But what may have been more impressive was your own reaction to that noise, because you were certainly tuned in.
Yeah, how can you not, man? Oh, man. Yeah. It's an emotional day. Every day competing here in Glasgow in Scotland, and I'm just really proud that I'm still competing, still doing the business. Yeah, I've been in the sport a long time, and I feel younger than ever, man. I've got a lot to give, and I'm happy.
You know, Luke, this morning...
He's not younger than ever, even if he feels like it.
Kid you not. There are moments in life that are really warming.
Take it from a guy who's getting older like me. Doesn't matter if you feel younger than ever, you're not.
25, 30 minutes just playing with him on the sofa, and you seem to be in such a good place.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm doing okay. And I wouldn't be okay if it wasn't for my son, Koa. So, yeah, that's all I'll say.
Ladies and gentlemen, he loves your support and he is feeding off it. A round of applause for the Highland Oak, Luke Scott.
That was a really good run for Luke. Am I impressed? Yeah, I was impressed. And now we get to see the final round of the medley from our two fastest gentlemen to complete the dumbbell medley. Roman Grekov versus the Moose, Mitchell Hooper. Roman sure doesn't look like your typical strongman, does he? Just looks like a dude. A tall dude. uh, but just looks like some dude you'd see walking around town. Scotland is a place called home. All right. So what will Mitchell Hooper's time be? Sub 10 seconds, sub 5 seconds, sub 2 seconds, less than a tenth of a second. How fast will Mitchell Hooper smoke this? I almost don't have time to get screenshots because there's like a 3-second delay before I can draw the rectangles. By the time I do that, I feel like, well, Mitchell's already beat the course, so I missed the entire thing. Well, yep. And now Roman is. So Mitch crossed the line, and now Roman is just starting to carry the yoke. So now he's going to come back here and try to cheer Roman Grekov on. Come on. Come on. Got to do that. There he goes. He completes it. Good work. Though I think he got about 3 meters out of that by kind of pushing it uh, uh, across rather than carrying it across. There's a lot of sliding of that yoke. But I digress. Anyway, Mitchell Hooper. So I don't know. I don't know. I said, was it under 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 2 seconds, or under 1 second? It might have been under. It might have been under 1 second. That was fast.
Is where the difference was made. Look at the acceleration from Hooper in that second 20 meters, and that is absolutely immoral.
I commented on his channel the other day. Because someone asked he did a video about what is the maximum deadlift a human being is capable of. My answer was 640 pounds because that's the most I've ever done. And, anyone that's ever bested me, obviously not human. So could someone in quotes, lift more than 640? Yeah, but obviously if they do, they're either an alien or a demigod or something. Yeah, they hail from another planet or they have non-human parents, something like that. Because there's just no other explanation for how you could beat me in any kind of lifting event. But that being said, I really want to know where Mitchell Hooper's parents are from, or is his dad Odin or Zeus? I just don't know. Someone Dude's not human, that's for sure.
Just really fortunate. I feel so lucky to have you guys out here. I know you're spending hard-earned money at a time that money isn't hard to come by, and you got to select what you do. So it means the world to me, and for the rest of the guys that you guys are out here, and it's really quite humbling.
Now, Mitchell, I wanted to just allow you to articulate the situation before you come out here to do this. Obviously, you're aware of who's going ahead of you. We'd seen Evans with a great time there. In your head, before you came out, did you feel like that was a difficult time to beat, or were you very confident?
I know they're great events for him. The advantage I have is I've used both of those pieces of equipment before. I knew that I was capable of faster than that. But you're one yoke dropper when founders drop away from not hitting the time. So all I do is.
Well, it was a good run for Evans. It was a good run for Luke Stoltman. Mitchell Hooper's going to win this medley by a larger time than he won the dumbbell medley. I feel pretty confident of that. And I actually think Luke may have been faster than Evans and Anna. We'll see the results in a minute. I could be wrong. But it was seriously a good run from Luke. What are the events that are going to hamper Mitchell? Honestly, I don't see any of these events hampering Mitchell. Like, first of all, let's be honest. No events hamper Mitchell in general because he's not bad at anything. He's good at everything. It's either he's good or elite. It's not like really good, somewhat decent, middle of the pack. He got some work to do. He's just either good or elite at everything. So no matter which competition you're in, you're going to say which events are going to hamper him, and I feel like the answer is none. But in these specific events, I can't see a single event where if you told me that he doesn't have a chance to win it, I would say, okay, you're wrong, or you just are rooting against him. Now that doesn't mean I'm saying he will win every event. Don't twist my words and say that I'm saying Mitchell's going to go 5 for 5. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is I don't see a single event here where if you told me he doesn't have a chance, I would believe you. I think he has a chance in every single one of these. And I don't see him finishing anything worse than third in any event, but probably he's going to be 1 or 2 in just about every single one of the events. That's my prediction. If he doesn't win it, he finishes second. That's what my crystal ball says. Well, we just said that Thor was going for 520 just about 40 minutes ago. So we've gone from giving him 520 thing to now we're going for 550. So I do believe there will be a day on planet Earth when some non-human, because again we've already discussed that no human can pull more than 640 because that's what I've done and no one's stronger than me. That fact aside, I do think there will come a time when someone on the planet Earth, non-human species, but someone on this planet will pull 550 kilograms. I don't think that person to pull 550 is anyone competing in strongman today. I think the person to come along and pull 550 kilograms has probably been born. They're probably alive, but I think that's a number that's out there a ways. That's going to be 15, 20 years down the road. Minimum 15. Minimum. My thinking. I could be wrong. We'll see the 500 or 501 depending on how you look at it fall. We'll see the 505 bested. We might see 510 hit 515. Might see the 520. We're not seeing 550 for quite some time. I feel very confident saying 15 years minimum, but I really think it'll be north of 20. I could be wrong. Maybe someone does it next year because we're just that amazing and we've advanced and evolved that much rapidly, but Not my expectation. Luke showing his replay of his run, and it was really a good run. I'm really proud of Luke. He's making his countrymen really proud today so far. All right. Like it, I like it, I like it. May or may not have been drinking. So I'm not a drinker. We know this. But even though I don't drink, if I translate what you just said, when you say may or may not have been drinking, that basically means the answer is may. There is no may not have, right? Do I translate that statement correctly? I want to practice some deadlifting. Ugh. I got to give these results in just a second here because I need to go to the bathroom again. Come on, guys, get warmed up with the deadlift. Those orange deadlift suits that our Ukrainian brothers have, they look really slick. I think they're a little loud for me. I don't think I could get away with wearing that. I've never tried a deadlift suit anyway. I'll probably never try one. But I like that on them. It looks great. They look like Dragon Ball Z characters. But I don't think I am. I don't think I'd be willing to wear it, even though I like the way it looks on them. "36 concurrent viewers. That's more than 35, if math serves me right." Thought Trey Mitchell was going to power clean that for a minute. Guess we're just going to watch these guys warm up when they're deadlifts for the next hour. Here we go. There's what I was waiting for. The results. And yeah, I said that Hooper's going to win that event by more than he won the medley, the dumbbell medley, and he did. He won the dumbbell medley by like a little less than the second half. He won the farmers and yoke medley by right at 5 seconds. So there you go. And now that we have the results, it'll come through there in just a second. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Once these cycle back through, I'll take those out there so that we only have the next event screenshots in our viewable window. See you in a moment. I guess he. All right, so Mitchell Hooper has 24 out of a possible 24 points so far. That's not bad. He has a 5-point lead after 2 events. They are on the 3rd event, getting ready to start the 3rd out of 5 events. And Mitchell Hooper has max points so far. And yes, he has a 5-point lead over second place already. It is crazy. Why is there no updates on Strongman Archives? I don't know. They may not be doing them live. They don't do all of them live. They kind of base it upon how popular the event is and what they think they're going to get out of it. If they don't start putting the results in now, I think you'll definitely see them within a half hour after the event is over. But I suspect they'll probably start throwing them up. It's not like this is a small event. Why they don't have any results yet, couldn't tell you. But they'll put something up there relatively soon, I'm sure. I guess I can go back and post the image here real quick. They showed the leaderboard a second ago. Let me go back. Okay. Oh, darn it. Here we go. I'll show you this leaderboard. Hold on. Come on. Come on, pause. Play. It looks kind of disgusting. I guess I'll just read it off to you real quick, okay? So through 2 events right now, Mitchell Hooper is in the lead with 24. The home country boy, Spicy Luke Stoltman, the Highland Oak, is in second place right now with 19 points. In third place, you have a tie between Luke Richardson and Handsome Pavlo. Fourth place has a 3-way tie between Roman Gorkov, Trey Mitchell, Evans Nana. Then you've got Wesley Derwinski and Spencer Remick tied, and they've been competing against one another. Basically, one of them slightly edged the other out in the dumbbell, the other slightly edged the other out in the farmers and the yoke. And so they're very evenly matched, and they're battling very good. Then you got Kane Francis down there in 10th, Beetham in 11th, and Schoonwinkel in 12th. And I guess Schoonwinkel did withdraw. It doesn't say that on this, but I'm guessing he withdrew because I don't recall seeing him do the farmers and yoke medley, and we did see Beetham run by himself. And you wouldn't think that anyone's going to run by themselves in a field that's even unless someone dropped. So there hasn't been anything that's showed on my screen that says Yako has withdrawn from the competition, but I'm assuming that Yako has withdrawn from the competition. Perhaps he just skipped that event, but my suspicion is what my suspicion is. So there you go. And now I need to go and take these old screenshots out of this folder so that, again, we only have the current event, because you guys don't want to see the old events every time I change something, because it gets weird, right? And you get tired of seeing the same ones over and over and over. So we'll drag these out so we only keep the active event in our image screenshots. Should be good to go now. We're going to have some deadlifting for reps next. I believe they're using the axle bar, so I think this is axle deadlift for reps, but I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what it is. I think it's axle deadlift for reps. Maybe it's a regular bar. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure. Well, I would like to think that I'm pretty genuine. I love this stuff. I have loved strength sports since I was a little kid sitting in my wheelchair, dreaming about the day that I could walk. Um, so I am passionate about it. I love strength sports. I love strength athletes. Um, so, yeah. Uh, so, yeah, this axle deadlift, 360 kilograms, 4 reps. Not a bad pick, Hamza. It, Hooper could genuinely go 3 for 3. He could go 4 for 4. He could go 5 for 5. Um, I have trouble picking someone for all 5 events. Just seems unfair to the rest of the field. But again, I think he has a chance to win every single event that's here today. And if you asked me who that I was betting on, who do I think is most likely to win a 360 kilogram pull for reps, I'd probably say Mitchell Hooper. He would be my pick for this event. So I guess I agree with you, Hamza. I'll say that after 3 events, Hooper has max points as well. 3 for 3, 36 points when this is all said and done. And I will repeat something from earlier. I want to be wrong. Not because I don't like Mitchell Hooper, but because I want to see the other guys push him. I want to see the other guys do well. I want to see tight competition. But regardless of what I want, I also think it is what it is. All right, so that's 1 rep. He's glad to get that one off the table. And I think that's where he's going to finish. Yep, 1 rep. That's 1 is better than 0, right? I think we can all agree that 1 rep is better than no reps. I don't really like to talk about what other guys have or haven't taken. I've never been a very big fan of accusing anyone of doing anything. Um, I think it's well reasoned to be skeptical of anyone who has performed at certain levels. I also think it's fair to acknowledge that with Mark Henry's Olympic records and things, he has probably been far more tested than most guys who would compete in strongman. Um, that doesn't mean he's innocent. Doesn't mean he's guilty. I have no idea. I do know that if you look at him, he is not now, nor was he ever, a small individual. And you could say that he got the size that he got because he had some pharmaceutical help. Or you could make the other argument and say that while his lifts are impressive no matter what you weigh, from a body weight percentage standpoint, maybe his lifts aren't quite as impressive as some guys because he's bigger than everybody, kind of like Iron Bibby. And so I don't know if that makes you give him more of a chance of being considered natural or not. I don't really have an opinion. I also don't really care. The reason I don't care, let me speak on this too, I guess, isn't because I don't want fair competition or because I want to see people cheat, and that's how most of us look at steroids, performance enhancing drugs, so on and so forth. But it's because I rightfully acknowledge that it is a sport in which most people, if not all, but I don't want to accuse everyone, so we'll say I rightfully acknowledge that most people are using gear, are using some sort of non-natural help. And and if most of the field is doing it, then I don't really feel the need to drop gray clouds on anyone's accomplishments or feats and be like, well, yeah, you did that because you cheated. Yeah, you did that because you were artificially enhanced. When everyone that they're competing against was doing the exact same thing. So, in my mind, if we're arguing for fair competition, it is fair if everybody's doing the same junk. I've never taken anything. I never will take anything. Some of that is my faith, very ethical questions, but I'm not a big guy to wag fingers at people's faces or really condemn people. So that's kind of where I come down on that argument. So far, Joey, it is Mitchell Hooper doing Mitchell Hooper type things and the rest of the field trying to catch up to him. Going to get to see Big Trey Mitchell. Uh, so we'll see how many reps the Big Texan can pull here. I feel like it's kind of tough for Roman to get down in that state. Trey's up and pulling. Roman hasn't started yet. So that's one from Trey Mitchell. That's two for Trey Mitchell. That's one for Roman. Nobody has struck out on 360 yet. That's four for Trey Mitchell. That's two for Roman. And Big Tex says, I want five. And he gets Big Five. So we got a 5-pack for Trey. I think that's where he's going to stop. That fifth one looked pretty tough. Yeah, he's going to bow out there. And I think we're looking at a grand total of 2 for Roman. I just don't see him moving that thing anymore. So that's where we're at, 5 and 2. Good stuff. Good stuff, guys. I think 5 is a good number. What do you guys think? Is 5 a good number? And we're going to call good meaning enough to finish in the top 4 or 5 of the event. Do you think 5 reps is enough to secure a 4th or 5th place finish in the axle deadlift for reps? Put your answers in the chat. Yeah, it'll get him in the top 5, or no. I feel like 5 reps gets you in the top 5. Probably gets you in the top 3, although I think probably a couple guys might tie for that number. I think we'll probably have 2 guys with 5, and then 2 guys to surpass 5. My opinion of the strongest men of all time is probably different than a lot of other people's. Um, a lot of these big guys, they and Mitchell Hooper included, said, "I don't want to hear about the size of the people. If you're the strongest, you're the strongest. I don't want to hear that you weighed 150 pounds. This guy weighed 350 pounds. You lift more, you lift more. That's all there is to it." I don't think I necessarily agree with that. I do look at body weights and percentages, and to me, that's a real cause for strength. Is how much can you lift based upon the body weight, the mass that you have. I look at that a lot. I also think it's very, very hard to compare athletes across generations, though. Most of the time, if we're looking at athletes who are all competing against one another, it's pretty easy. You just look at how they fare against one another. But when you turn back the clock and you start looking at people, it's really hard to say. Because you got to look at, like, what training methods were available to them, what nutrition is available today, how would they have done if you picked a modern guy up and dropped him in the past, made him play by the past rules, versus how would you take a veteran, bring him into the modern game, and gave him the modern advancements. There's too many moving components that we can never realistically account for or answer. It's all just speculation. Derwinski gets that fifth. Man, he worked for that sucker. So it looks like we're going to see 5 versus 4 here. He's still fighting. He's not giving up. He says, "Hey, I want 5 reps too," but I don't know. That was a long delay there. I Now he's done. So that's where we end up, 5 versus 4. So Derwinski gets 5 as well. So there we have it. Hmm. Uh, so they are lifting 4 reps, roughly 150 pounds more than I have ever lifted for a single. So they're repping out 150 pounds more than my best ever max. It's kind of depressing. Kind of makes me want to bury my head and cry and have you guys watch me weep. But I won't. I'll remain strong. I'll pretend to be confident, happy, while also saying that anyone who is stronger than me is not human. They're aliens, and you cannot convince me any differently. That's just the only plausible explanation. The only plausible explanation. If you are stronger than me, you must not be human. What other explanation could there be? But bro, what your answer? Who's the strongest man ever lived? Mitch Hooper or you? Well, usually when you people ask me this, I I guess you could say I dodged the question. I don't mean to, but there's a difference between, like, the strongest man. It's a tough question to answer because we say the strongest man, right? I interpret it as the strongest human being. Um, that doesn't necessarily mean they competed in strongman. Maybe they're a power lifter or an Olympic weightlifter. Olympic weightlifting and powerlifting, very different sports. Um, we could talk about the size stuff. So I usually say my favorite strongman of all time is Kaz. Obviously, the most gifted guy in the modern era and modern sport is Mitchell Hooper. I think it's tough to argue that right now. And what he has been able to do in such a short time. He basically was some guy who said, "Yeah, I could do what you guys do." And usually, when you tell the pros you can do everything they can do, they just want to tussle your hair and go, "Sure, you could. You're cute. Good job, kid." I think everybody just thought that Mitchell Hooper was shooting his mouth off and made some videos that went viral online. But can't really do what these guys can do. Turns out he can. He comes from out of nowhere and actually shows he's the best in the business at it. If he doesn't get hurt and injured, people are going to get mad at me for saying this, but if he stays healthy and does this for a couple more years, I think that I will then say Mitchell Hooper is the strongest man to ever walk the planet. He is the strongest man of all time. I don't think we've quite have a long enough longevity record to proclaim that yet. So I don't know how to answer it. I really don't know how to answer it. It could be someone like Louis Cyr. It could be someone like John Hack. It could be someone like Zadrunas Savickas, Brian Shaw, or my guy Bill Kazmaier. It could be one of these mini teeny guys who go to the Olympics and weigh 140 pounds and are pressing 400 freaking pounds over their head. What metric do we use? I don't really know who is the best of all time. What I do know is no matter who is the best of all time, I really enjoy watching this stuff. Well, thank you, Wayne. Yeah, I throw the scorecard up after they give the results to the events, but there's no reason to just keep it up there. I try to give you guys screenshots of what's going on because I figure you guys probably want to see that if you're not watching along live, more than you just want to see a graph. Although our chat usually likes graphs because like we've gotten used to watching spreadsheets from the World's Strongest Man because that's all we get to see. But anyway, I digress again. So we have now had 3 lifters get 5 reps. So my prediction about 2 getting 5 and then 2 guys doing more than 5, we know that prediction of mine was wrong because we have 3 guys doing 5. So maybe we only get 1 guy to best 5 or we get 2 guys to best 5 still, and there were just more people that got 5 than I thought. But at least one component of my prediction was erroneous. Isn't that a great word? Erroneous. So Appalachian Outlaw, my response to that when you say even the strong man say, I don't like the even the so-and-so says argument because first of all, when you're talking about a group of people, that's not a true statement. You can't say even the strong man of say 2017 Thor was the strongest of all. You could say a lot of the strongmen say that. But if you ask universally every one of them, they're not all going to say that. So you can't just make a blanket statement. Number 2, I don't think that even so-and-so says that something is a really definitive feather in your cap when you make any argument. It's like when you argue about who wins fights and you'll hear fans go, even Dana White said that fighter A deserved to win. Who the hell is Dana White? Why is his opinion more valuable than yours or mine or the judges or the other 30,000 people in the crowd? Or even BJ Penn thought that this guy won. They'll use some sort of way to act like, well, this person spoke, so that's definitive proof. No, it means that you're referencing someone else's opinion. And I'm not saying their opinion is crap, but I'm saying that it's still just that. It's an opinion. Citing that 4 people agreed with you, 5 people agreed with you, 100 people agreed with you, 1,000 people agreed with you, that doesn't mean you're right. It means just that. Several people agreed with you. Anyway, rant number 3 of the day done. Stay tuned, sports fans. There'll probably be another 60 or 70 rants from me before we press stop streaming or end broadcast, I guess. I know you guys loved it when I get on a tangent. You love it, don't you? You love it. Bum, 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 bum. Mr. Sandman. We see Luke Stoltman. So this is going to be a very spicy deadlift right here. Luke Stoltman versus Pavlo Kordiaka. And Pavlo is another one of these guys that seems to have a really good gas tank. He's not a very good deadlifter though. But it's not a max deadlift. It's for weights. It just depends on how comfortable 360 is for Pavlo and whether it's in his wheelhouse. If he gets it and the first one goes up okay, he'll run off several. But it's not a guarantee that the first one's going to go up, let alone easy. So Pavlo on events like this are very much wait and see. If he gets going, if he gets in a rhythm, he can do some crazy things. But he doesn't have the static strength like a lot of these guys to really move big weights. And if he thinks something is heavy, it's going to be heavy and he's going to struggle. How far do I think Hooper would be able to hit a home run? I don't know. He hits a golf ball pretty far. We know that. We've seen what he can do with a golf ball. All right. So we are deadlifting, folks. Luke has got 2 already. Pavlo is not locking out that bar. They gave him the first, but I don't know. It looked kind of weak. Now, the second one looked better than the first. I'm being honest there. Pavlo's first rep did not look that good to me, and I don't think he was locked out, if I'm being honest. The second one looks really, really good. The third one looked pretty good. And it looks like that's where Luke Stoltman's going to bow out. He got 3, and he is done. I guess Luke is not going to get 6, Wayne. All right, so these guys are going to share 3 reps. 3 for the handsome Pavlo, and 3 for the hometown boy. Hold on, I gotta catch up. I saw some questions. Would Tom hit it further given his wingspan? You know, here's the truth. We don't know. Now, I think there's more to things than just strength when it comes to hitting a baseball or a golf ball, things like that. It's a talent, it's a skill, you have to learn it. It's not just. Is there a correlation between strength and the event? Of course there's a correlation between strength and the event. I'd be silly or dumb to suggest otherwise. But it's more than just that. And so I would say that if I was using my expectations to guide this, I would say that I think Mitchell Hooper could probably hit a baseball further than Tom Stoltman. Not because I think he's stronger, but because baseball is more prevalent in North America than it is in the UK. On the flip side, even though swinging a baseball bat and a cricket bat are very similar applications, if you ask me who do I think could hit I don't know if it's called a ball in cricket, but I think could take a cricket bat and swing it and hit it further between Tom Stoltman and Mitchell Hooper, I'd probably reverse then, and I'd say I think I'd probably expect Tom to do better, and that doesn't have anything to do with their strength. It has to do with more of what I think that they're used to swinging and used to using, which could be further from the truth. Maybe Tom Stoltman has swung a lot of baseball bats in his day, and maybe Mitchell Hooper is a cricket fanatic. I don't know. But that's where my brain would go when you ask me that question, Sean. And I still cannot believe that Trey Mitchell did 470 raw either. Yes, thank you, Sean. I like that. So it's called a 6, not a ball. Is there a reason it's called a 6? Other than someone just decided everything needs a name, like an apple should be called an apple because we need to identify and agree that when you look at this object, that's what we're going to refer to it as? Or does that 6 symbolize something? Evans Nana versus the Moose. So this right here is a Big Laws matchup. We've got a Big Laws matchup right here. The Battle of the Big Laws students. How many runs you get if hit it over the boundary without hitting the ground? So is that like essentially a home run? Is that what we Americans would think of as a home run? Cool. All right. So we haven't seen anybody do more than 5. So 5 is the number to beat. I think Mitchell's gonna. He's got more than 5 in him. So he might just do 6 relatively quickly and then sit and watch what Evans Nana does just to see if he needs to pull more. Uh, but I don't think Evans Nana can get 5, or I certainly don't think he can pull more than 5. Although he's on 4 now. So there's Hooper just did that. He pulled 6. Now he's doing exactly what I said. He's watching. Okay, Nana just got his 5th, so he got it. I didn't think he would, and he is looks like he's gonna try again. Okay, Mitchell sees him going for a 6th, and he started to strap up, and then Evans just decided he was done, so Mitchell stopped. So that went exactly the way I said it would. Hooper would fire off 6 quickly, and then just stop to see if anything more was necessary. He waited down there. He's like, "Are you gonna make me go? Are you gonna let me go?" Oh, it looks like you're gonna go for a 6th. So he started to wrap the bar, and then Evans was like, I'm just joking." And so Moose was like, "Okay." So yeah, it pretty much went exactly like I thought. So that's 3 events up and 3 event wins for Mitchell Hooper. So far, you have a maximum available point total through 3 events of 36. And out of 36 total available points, Mitchell Hooper has all of them. He has 36 out of a maximum 36 points. That is nuts. Uh, I don't know. There's a lot of guys that I'd like to see compete that don't. It's a long list if we start going. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do a future video where we talk about guys that don't compete in strongmen that we would really like to see compete. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do 2 videos. Maybe I'll do one where I just talk about guys who are strength athletes or strength influencers uh, that I'd like to see compete. And then maybe we'll do another one where we do like a tier list where we rank them as to how well we think they would do if they competed. I don't know. Would you guys be interested in videos like that?
Does me some favors with guys losing points on the tie, and yeah, he made me sweat a little bit. But that's why you never take your position for granted.
Absolutely. You're looking fresh. You're looking good. Hercules hold next. That's, maybe less of a banker for you. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, for sure. I look forward to challenging myself more than, say, a farmer's yoke where there's no great result for me. If I win the Hercules hold, that would be something I can hang my hat on, be really proud, but I'll keep fighting to the end regardless of what happens.
Good man. Go and rest up. We'll see you out in a second. Take care.
All right. Well, Mitchell Hooper continues to do Mitchell Hooper things, guys. Man. The scary thing is he's just now really learning the sport. he's just now getting some experience from doing so many competitions in the last 2 years to really learn the implements and how to do. He's just now what you would consider experienced. I mean, he's still kind of in that newbie phase, to be honest, and nobody can be shocked by what he's doing anymore. Like sometimes when someone just comes from out of nowhere, people are like, "Oh my gosh," and then they try harder to catch you, right? Um, but instead of the rest of the field creeping up on him, he seems to be pulling away from them further. Like the difference between Mitchell Hooper and the rest of the field, it seems to be getting larger rather than smaller. And again, I say this not being against Mitchell Hooper. I'm not anti Mitchell Hooper by any stretch. But I don't like that. And that has nothing to do with being against Mitchell. It's just that I want tightly contested competitions. I want some intrigue. I want some mystery. I want to tune into these things and not have any idea what's going to happen. The drama, right? Watching it and waiting to see who will reign supreme, who will walk away. And he has pretty much taken the mystery out of things. I don't think that's much of a hot take from Mitchell. Seems very, very reasonable to say that strongmen don't take their nutrition very seriously. I mean, let's face it, these guys are outrageously strong, but we're not exactly known. If you compete in sports like that, one of the reasons I got into this stuff, to be honest, is because I don't eat well. I don't like to eat well, and I used to have a very, very nice physique, defined, pretty cut, very, very good six pack on me. I looked kind of like you'd see in a magazine. Now I still look like a guy in the magazine, except I'm the before photo, not the after photo. But while I have the ability to look like that, I don't enjoy the lifestyle that's required to do that. I don't enjoy calorie restriction and eating the best, most nutritious foods because I don't like them. And I don't like having to set my eatings so it's so regimented and scheduled. I don't like having to look at the nutrition label and go, oh, is this good for me? Is this bad for me? Is there a better, smarter choice here? I don't do that. I don't want to. I'm disinterested. I'm too lazy and undisciplined. And by and large, most guys who compete in strongman, you're going to find they're the same. We're meat and potato guys that want to be left alone. We're not trying to have beach bodies, and we don't want to put the work in to have a beach body anyway. Now, for years, I think there was this notion that you didn't need to do that. You weren't going to get stronger or perform better if you cleaned up your diet anyway. But I think that was just us looking for excuses and ways to justify our lack of discipline. It's easy to say I don't need to, or it wouldn't help me if I don't want to do it anyway. But when someone comes along to challenge the status quo and says, I'm going to leave no stone unturned, as Mitchell Hooper did that series, and basically said, if there's a way to get better, I'm going to do it, whether I'm used to doing it or not, whether no one else does it or not. I'm going to remove all excuses. I'm going to do everything I can to perform optimally. You can't do anything but that except take your hat off to him, really, and say, kudos and props to you. And anyone else who is not doing that, you kind of got to look at the rest of the crowd and say, guys, why aren't you doing that? Okay, so here's where we stand on the points total. After 3 events, again, we know who's in the lead. It's Mitchell Hooper with 36 points. In second place is Luke Richardson with 25.5 points. Now, this means, guys, that Mitchell Hooper is up by 10.5 points through 3. Since we've already had Schoonwinkle withdraw from the competition, there's only a max of 11 points. So that basically means pretty much that Mitchell Hooper has a full event lead over second place. 11 points would be that since we've got one guy out. It's 10.5. So not exactly, but virtually Mitchell Hooper has an entire event lead. The dude could take the event off, and if Luke won, he'd still be neck and neck with him. He'd be a half point trailing behind. Be crazy. Then you have a three-way tie for third place. Luke Stoltman, Trey Mitchell, Evans Nana. So that is your top 5 as of right now. Okay, I gotta go back here and look at this. Ryan Shaw and Eddie love their cheesecake. You know who else loves their cheesecake? This guy. I also love my brownies and my chocolate lava cakes and my nutty bars and my ice cream and my cupcakes and my chocolate chip cookies and my Snickers bars and my Reese's peanut butter cups. This could get really long. I think you guys see where I'm going with this. Now that being said, give me a chance to pat myself on the back here, guys. I have lost 20 pounds in the last month. The Jace Man is going to try to cut down to 205 pounds, which will be the smallest that I have been in probably 12 years. So when I started this, I was at 235. I guess technically 237 is what the scale at the gym said when I began. And so I'm now in the two teens. The last couple days I've fluctuated between 216 and 218. But I'm going to try to get down to 205. I just gave the results a second ago, Curvin. Okay, so basically what you've got right now, I'm just going to go top 5. I'm not giving everything. So you've got Mitchell Hooper in the lead. He has won all 3 events. So not hard to see who's winning if you've won every event that they've had. In second place is Luke Richardson. He's 10.5 points back. And then 2 points behind him, you have 3 guys. So very, very tight competition for who's going to come in silver here. You've got Luke Richardson with a slight lead over Luke Stoltman, Trey Mitchell, and I just forgot the other person. Dang it. Hold on. Way to go, Jace. Way to go, dummy. Evans Nana. Yeah, okay. So you've got 4 guys who are basically in the mix for second place and competing with one another. And then you've got Mitchell Hooper. So very, very tough and stiff competition as long as you don't care about first place. Which, going into the event, to be honest, that's exactly what I thought we were in store for. And that doesn't make me special. I think that was kind of where everybody's mindset was, really, that we were going to see a very, very good competition, a very, very tight competition for the podium, battling for second place, but that nobody was really in contention for the win, with the exception of Mitchell Hooper, barring injury or freak accident or something. I think that was kind of what everyone expected. So we've started our Hercules hold now. We're kicking it off with a guy who's not in the strongman competition, and that is Mark Felix. He's your current world record holder at 92.37 seconds, holding a 250 kilogram column in each hand. And they have invited him here to try to break his own record. I said they're actually they've invited him and he's going to start the thing off and he's doing it now. That's actually not true. They've got a still up on the screen showing when he bested it and made that. So it's not actually going yet. Although, if this was a live shot, then it would be really impressive because I've never seen 250 kilograms look so rock steady and solid in my life. That's what happens when you use a still photo. The still photos don't move a lot. I almost feel like my stream is paused.
Is Ramsey going to do the
I
Hercules?
guess not because we're talking. I had to check real quick. I had to turn the audio on. I was like, oh my god.
35, all you need.
1:35 seconds, sadly. Which camera, by
Yeah,
the way?
he could do the
No, by the way, Glasgow.
he could do the Hercules hold, no problem.
This is a special evening today. How good is Mitchell Hooper? Unbelievable. Anyone here from Dundee? Yes, Dundee. My mum's from Dundee. My granddad's from Dundee.
Is anyone here from Dundee? Is anyone in our chat from Dundee? I'm guessing no.
Cheers.
Crocodile. Potentially. But they would be from Australia then.
It is the Hercules hold. It looks awesome, and that's because it is awesome. One objective.
Wow.
Do not let the columns fall. Problem, these pillars of strength are 270 kilograms. It takes grit, it takes grip, and it takes a whole lot of intestinal fortitude.
That's kind of like saying it takes balls. Just in case you guys needed me to sum that up for you. Just in case. All right. Anyway. Oh. Okay, we're gonna get started. Here we go.
Stop. Scotland's strongest man starts us off with the Hercules hold. Paul Dwyer. Mate, here we go. This could be a special night.
Chris beat them. There we go. I almost feel like they didn't start the timer until about like 3 seconds in. No, it wasn't quite that. But like they dropped that. It went, the slack was gone. He held it there for at least a second, and then the timer officially started. So I'm hoping the time that's on the screen, which I'm grateful for because they usually don't give us any kind of times on the screen. I'm hoping that's not the live timer because it started late. And now I've also seen it staggering in my stream. It's like stop, pause, go, pause. Did that a couple times there. So I don't think that's the most accurate number. They might keep it exactly what it says when it's done, but I feel like it's different. So there we go. According to the live 50, 51, 52, somewhere in there. We'll have to just see.
To set us up.
Unofficial.
Our guests, lifters tonight will come into this event, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, we will have Cheksonu. I am Bibi. Will come in tonight, and also the world record holder, the Miracle Man, Mark Felix, is here tonight in the Oval. and he will try to hit a new world record. Could it be possible? 132, I believe, Pa, is the
132.
132.
It's the world record. Will we see a new world record tonight? I think we will. There's two guys here that are
132.
going to break this world record, I think.
So that's the difference between an Irish pronunciation of the word 30 and an American pronunciation of the word 30. In America, it is 30. In Ireland, it's 30. Just so that you guys are aware of that. Paul also said that the record will be broken tonight. When I asked the poll earlier, my chat said that record is not going down tonight. It will not be broken. So either my chat is smarter than Paul O'Dwyer, or Paul O'Dwyer is smarter than my chat. We don't want that to happen, because if Paul wins an argument with us, we know that he's going to call us all a bunch of word that I can't say, because you guys know that I don't talk that way. But if you guys follow Paul, you probably already know what word I'm referring to. If you don't follow Paul, then you have no idea what I'm talking about. But if we were to disagree with Paul, he would call us a bunch of something. All right, it's time for Roman Gretkoff's Hercules hold attempt now. Roman's getting ready. He's got the hands wrapped. Yes, I've got it. I've got it. Let go. Let go. And he has one foot on the ground. I don't know that that's really the best strategy. He's making it work. If you ask me what's a good tip and what I think you should do, I probably would not say stand on one leg the entire time. But Roman is making it work. He sets the other foot down, and that's where he lost his power. He put the foot down, and then he let go. So apparently that was the secret of his strength. It was the one leg, and he lost a lot of grip strength when the second foot went down.
But whilst it is not what he wanted, one thing he did get to show to the arena here, and you can hear them showing the appreciation, is just what a fighter he is, because he hung on to that in the most, look at that, horrific position it took up on him. It pulled him off centre, and he had to try and hang on to it, Bar.
He did the full hold on one leg, which is a PB. A world record on one leg. See that? Look at that, the way it's pulling on his left arm, just dragging him off. He did so well to hold it as long as he did.
Oh, terrible setup, sir.
Yeah. My advice to his fellow competitors coming after him is do not do the event on one leg. Try to use both legs. However, again, it seemed to be a good strategy for him, because as soon as he got his second foot back on the floor, that's when he let go. So yeah. What did we learn from that? Having 4 points of contact makes you weaker than having 3 points of contact. Apparently. So now we know. It sort of makes sense now that I think about it, because I was going to say, 3 points of contact we wouldn't think is stronger than 4, but then we know that the pyramid and triangles themselves are some of the most firm and resilient structures man has ever came up with. So maybe he really was onto something. Maybe you are better to stand on one leg and have 3 points of contact than stand on both legs. Nothing I'm saying is serious, by the way, but I know you have to tell that to the internet sometimes, because the internet has no sarcasm meter or sarcasm detector. Everything is taken literally. Ed, let Hamza know what how Paul would refer to us if we disagreed with him. I don't like to use that language, but if Ed doesn't tell you, Hams, I'll give you a big hint. I think technically pyramids stand on one because it's just a single plane that's on the ground. But they stand on one. Bum 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 bum. Handsome Pavlo, he's so handsome. Handsome Pavlo, he's so handsome. That song will probably be in the top of the charts soon. He's getting weaker. He's gonna let go soon. No, he's battling it. Now he looks stable. Oh, now it's gone. Yeah. It's like, okay, I should count him out too soon. He's rock steady. He's got plenty of time left. And as soon as you start to give a guy credit, that's when he lets go. Paw for the course, not par for the course. Okay, so since he didn't chime in with how Paul would refer to us, here's your hint, Hamza. Paul likes to call people a word that starts with C that sometimes lovingly refers to a feminine body part. All right, enough said. Bum, 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 bum. Got a few more guys to Hercules hold left. At least two, potentially three, maybe as many as six. Okay. No phenomenal times yet. Kind of makes sense. The guys in the lower part of the board have some of the less impressive times. Although Pablo's in decent position on the board right now, but anyway, I digress.
The Groove. He's an unbelievable athlete.
There's a rumor going around that Felix is feeling really comfortable. He's going to break the record with a smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, anybody think you knew this guy?
Luke
Audience
Stoltman.
at the Oval, welcoming their own pile of Luke. Luke also tremendously experienced, multiple Europe's strongest man, former Scotland's strongest man, and been around this game for so long, a layered experience.
The Highland Oak.
That could pay dividends here. Also,
he's a thick boy. All right. And we have a Hercules hold taking place. It's going down right now. This is something I do at the gym a lot. We got one of those cable crossover dual stack stations at the gym. And I think it doesn't have these kind of weights, though. I think it only goes up to 220 pounds on each side. So basically 100 kilograms. So a lot less. But I do this virtually every time I'm in the gym. I like that exercise. Even though I have teeny tiny hands, I still like that exercise.
Camera line is Kane Francis. I think he may be our next athlete.
This is a guy I could see here doing a really good time. Big hands, big head. He's just going to hold us all night.
Okay, so I don't know why Paul Dwyer thinks that having a big head helps you with your grip, but apparently it does. So the big hands make sense. I'm not sure how the big head helps, but so I think that was probably Luke's worst performance so far. I think. Could be wrong, but I don't feel like that was a very good performance from Luke. That may have hurt him going his podium chances. Although he's not younger brother Tom in the Stones, Luke is still really good in the Stones. So even if he lost a little ground on this event, which maybe he didn't, we still got to see how the guys that follow him do, but he could potentially build that ground back in on the Atlas Stones, or I guess I should say the Stones. But anyway, I think that was Luke's worst performance so far. They do not have the timer going for him at all. So, okay, now they started it. Made the poor guy hold it for 10 seconds before they started to start his time, so that was nice of them. Yeah, like I said earlier, I really hope the times that they're showing on the screen are not the quote unquote official times. Kane Francis, with his big hands and his big head. He's about to hit the 40-second mark, which means he's already passed the 40-second mark because, again, they didn't start his time until forever late. Yeah, I wish the stacks that we have at the gym went heavier than they do, the 220. But it's also kind of funny. Because even with my heaviest, as you guys just heard, I just weighed a little over 230 pounds. I was less than 240, so around the same amount the stacks really. Uh, and so when I do get in the machine and I grab that, I actually have to struggle and pull really hard to go grab the one on the other side because me and the weight are basically the same. And so every step I take, when I get into that 3-point stance that we just saw him have before, where I don't have both feet on the ground, so I start to step, it wants to pull me backwards, right? Uh, and so it's tough getting into the position. It's much harder getting into the position than it is the hold. I grab the first one, reach to get the second one, grab a hold of it, and then I'm okay. But grabbing the second handle it's a challenge. I do wish we could probably. I guess I wish we could put about another 60 pounds on each side. I think that would be good for me.
There is a bit of a discrepancy between the official timekeeper and that. How were you just putting your mind elsewhere? Were you very conscious? Were you trying to read it off the screen up there?
Yeah, to begin with, I just looked down and shut my eyes and just thought, just hold on as long as you can. And then when I started struggling, I tried to check the time, hoping it would give me a bit of an extra push. And I was just sort of counting down in my head. But no, that's a good time for my first go. I'm not disappointed with that at all.
Now, I needed to check in with you also, mate. You said you were excited to compete here in Glasgow. What a crowd tonight.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely amazing in there. It's like you've all been great. Every cheer you get, it spurs us on a lot. So keep going, guys. We've got more guys to come, and we've still got Stones as well. So keep cheering on for us. Thank you,
Ladies and gentlemen, the Hurricane, Kane Francis.
Leg day is stupid. I'm back to my old routine from my younger years now. Just recently started it. Instead of like more isolated training, I basically just go upper body one day, lower body the next, and alternate back and forth, upper, lower, upper, lower, upper, lower. And I consider, like, I do work back kind of both days. I just tend to work on the upper back or the lower back, which means on my lower day or my leg day, I now am doing squats and deadlifts on the same day every day, and I usually throw leg press in as well. So I'm doing squats, deadlifts, and leg press all in the same workout, and it's heavy and hard. We have no time on the screen here, so this is probably unofficial for sure. The food coma part of the equation sounds a lot better than the leg day part. And he's lost it. Seems pretty happy with it. Seems pretty happy with it. We don't know how long it was unless one of you guys had a stopwatch up because there was nothing on the screen. No sound. No sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, Art O'Dwyer is going to catch an interview with Spencer Remick. And you can see on the big screen that super impressive performance there from Spencer. He really managed to distance his mind from the situation. Look at the focus on Remick there on that overhead shot. It's a massive time, just under the minute, and it takes him into the event lead. Ladies and gentlemen, Spencer Remick is with Art O'Dwyer.
I haven't seen the Ed Cohn interview on from Brian Shaw yet. The Google algorithm has been throwing it at me, I guess the last 48 hours. And I will watch it because I watch pretty much everything that hits Brian's channel. But I have not seen it yet.
Well, yes. Do you think that will be the winning time?
I'll be honest, probably not. But I feel good about it. It's personal best for me, and there's a lot of points up for grabs right now. There's 7 points between second and eighth, and every second counts, and every minute or every foot counts. So it's just a great spot to be in, and just grateful to be here. And the crowd's amazing, and this is the pinnacle of strongman. It doesn't get any better than this.
Well, Spencer, we're so proud of you. You've made everyone in America so proud.
Yes.
All right. There we have that. And now we get to see Trey Mitchell. So this is where either Trey makes me look like a guy who knows the sport and what I'm talking about, or makes me look like a jabroni who should probably stop commentating and speaking on these things. Because earlier I said, in spite of Trey not having a very good grip, he usually does well in grip events of this type. When you're just holding an implement, especially if it's a weight that I think is manageable for him, 250 kg, not a Trey Mitchell problem. I think Trey usually does good and stuff like this. So don't count his grip out and don't just look at this and be like, well, Trey's losing points there. I think Trey will do okay at this. So either I'm going to look like I know what I'm talking about, or I'm going to look like a fool. And we are about 3 seconds away from finding out. We are off. We're still off. I think he needs to get up to that 32 to 35 second mark for it to not be you're finishing back half of the pack and getting bad points. So there's 35. So he's probably okay. He's out of the back half. Now he's crossed 40. Still looking strong. Now with this time, I feel like a guy who knew what he was talking about. May not win the event, but I don't think that this means that Trey did bad. And of course, my stream just went down. I'm hoping it's just on my side and not everybody's. Really hoping my stream didn't just go down. Drop frame 0. Looks like it's still going. Yeah, so I'm still streaming. Uh-oh. Did anybody else's stream go down? Could I hit refresh to get it back? Or is it just my side? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, let's try F5. Well, it's back on. I'm seeing the replay now. So what did his time look like when it was done? Because I lost connectivity for the stream for 30, 40 seconds there. So I didn't get to see exactly what it showed on the screen. They're not showing in the replay. But it looked like it was a pretty good time. And I said he would do okay, so I don't have to take my channel offline and stop doing these because I don't look like an idiot.
And I just once I got towards the closer to the higher times, I was like, all right, just focus. I can outlast these guys with the mental toughness.
Now, in terms of the time and an aspirational time for you coming into this, where was your mind? Did you feel like you had a target?
Well, the only time I've ever done this event was back in 2021, and so I think I was a minute and 5 seconds. So the goal was to beat that, and if the screen was accurate, I did beat it.
I think you were 109 and change. Yeah, 109 and change. Massive event lead. Ladies and gentlemen, the big ticket, Trey Mitchell. Super impressive. Great.
All right. So our big Texan friend there has the lead right now. I don't imagine he'll keep it, but maybe. But, again, going into this, a lot of people were like, he's going to lose points there. The grip event. And I was thinking, it's not the kind of grip event that you're thinking about. He'll be okay. And he did more than okay. He did well. All right. Getting ready to see how Wesley Derwinski compares to Hercules. I guess if it was Samson, they'd be trying to push the pillars over rather than hold them up. So that's your difference between Hercules and Samson. I really like the frame on Wesley Derwinski. And he's out at just under a minute. Unofficially. All right, guys. Need some more content in the chat for me to reply to. Whole time. All right. When the Hercules hold is done, will this be the result, is what you're voting on right now. So basically, you're saying whether or not you think Mitchell Hooper is going to win the Hercules hold or not. Now, keep in mind that when we talk about winning the Hercules hold, that doesn't mean he has to have the best time there. It means he has to have the best time out of the guys who are competing in the World Tour final, because you do have 3 guest lifters there, and their times will not impact Hooper's score. So just keep that in mind as you vote. The way that Luke Richardson has the grip on this, that looks decidedly uncomfortable on the wrists to me. I'm not saying it's a bad strategy. It might be a really good way to hold that, but it looks also a really painful way to hold that. I don't think I could do it. I don't think that I would choose to, but maybe I should choose to. It might be, again, a really great one, but it looks awkward and painful. Looking pretty good. Still has those wrist bit. Basically, it hasn't opened. Well, it's opened up his right grip some. Left's starting to go. There goes the wrist. But still, that's really impressive that he's been able to hold that position for that long. I am kind of amazed. And he is done. So he will not get past Trey Mitchell. But I believe that's your second best time so far. So, good result for the future. All right. I think that was our second best time so far. Get your votes in for the latest poll. We're closing it down when our next competitor gets up to the pillars. So if you want your vote counted, vote early and vote often. Dun, 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 dun. Dun. And maybe one more dun just for the heck of it. I think I'm going to reward myself with some buffalo wings. I think I am. they've kept a pretty good pace for this. I like the fact that we're just 3 hours into this thing, and we're almost done with the next to last event. That's pretty good.
Like fourth and fifth, third. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, but I'm thereabouts, and hopefully now see what Mitch does and Evans, and then just do a good stone run, get second place. I've got a lot of surgery there; it needs paying off, so that'd be nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, the future, Luke Richardson, with any.
All right. We're going to end this poll now, guys. All right. So you guys are saying there's a little bit of intrigue here. 61% of us say, yep, Cooper's going to win this too, which is more than half. So more than half of us think Cooper isn't losing an event. Results remain to be seen for the Stones. But so far, we're saying 4-4. But that's not a slam dunk. That means a fourth of us, or almost a fourth of us, say, no, Hooper isn't going to win this. Now, I wonder if that would change if I changed the phrasing of the question to say, do you think Hooper could win this if he chose to? Because potentially, maybe there's some of you saying that he's not going to win because he's going to kind of take it easy here because he can afford to do that. Maybe you didn't answer that way. I don't know. I'm kind of curious, though. Please, if that's you in the chat, if you voted no there and you think that he won't win because he's going to choose not to win, please put in the chat. I'm just curious. It's probably the lowest stance I've ever seen anyone have on a Hercules hold for Evans Nana. He's really sitting deep into that squat position.
Explaining there, brings those pillars. 50 seconds done. He's doing so well.
All right. It's probably good for like fourth or fifth best so far. I'd say it's fourth, I think. Fourth best. Thus far. Something interesting to watch if Mitch does win this or finishes in the top 3, 4, really 5, it pretty much locks it up where he has won again and he can loaf and take it easy in the Stones, which is where he winds up in almost every competition these days. He goes in the last event and basically has to attempt something by doing the bare minimum just so that he got to compete and say a point. He usually doesn't need the point, but he'll do that, and then he sits down. But in one of his recent chats, he said, A, that he doesn't like that, but B, that he thinks, and it's his plan, to stop taking the last event easy and just doing the bare minimum to grab the points and do that. He says that even if he doesn't need to, he plans to start giving, if not maximum effort, a good effort in the final event for the purpose, and again, he's thinking ahead, he's thinking that someday he's going to need to do that because he's going to be in a tough competition, and guys like Thor and Tom are going to be knocking on his door. Trey Mitchell are going to be chasing him down, and it's going to be close, and he's going to have to pull out a win in the last event to be victorious. And I guess the thinking is, if I take it easy on the Stones every time I go out there, I'm not going to get better at them. And when I need them to be there, maybe they won't be. So if he does well on the Hercules hold here and then can basically afford to not do the Stones at all, I'm interested personally to see if he makes good on his promise in his recent chats that he's going to be more aggressive in the Stones or whatever the final event in a competition happens to be. We're about to find out the answer for the Hercules hold. He's grown an inch, 6'4". He always says in his chat he's 6'3", so this is kind of the opposite of what they do in wrestling. When if you're 6'2", you exaggerate and say you're taller, 6'3", 6'4". In this case, he says he's 6'3", they say he's 6'4", so. Get your height weight and then your billable weight, or your actual weight and your billable weight, your actual height and your billable height. We'll see. So he's at 10 seconds now. He's got this left hand doing that same Derwinski hold with the bent wrist. That really just looks like it hurt. I would not want to do that. He's at 50. So if he's not giving max effort, he's definitely giving some effort. He's not wanting to surrender all the points. There's a minute. Looks like he's going for it. He's going for it. Whether he gets it or not, he's saying, Trey Mitchell, I'm beating your 109. There's 110. He does it. So there's our answer to both questions. Will he go 4 for 4 and win it? And will he make the effort to do so? The answer is he will make the effort to do so. Now, I don't think we saw him give his best effort because it looked to me like he was watching the clock, and once he saw that he had Trey Mitchell beat, he said that's enough. Now, again, we also know that those are unofficial times. He might have screwed up. The official time might come back and say that Trey Mitchell won. He maybe should have given himself another second or two boost there, but I don't know. But regardless, if he had another bid or not, he went out. He said, I want to win this. Looks to me like the dude wants a sweep. It looks to me like he wants a sweep at the World Tour Final. So he is the only guy in history to win 3, or win more than 2, win 3 of the major giant competitions in 1 year. He's trying to go 4 for 4, and to put a gold stamp on it, the dude's trying to sweep the final event. So he's trying to say, yes, I went all 4, and I do it by virtue of winning every dang event they threw at us. He is doing a statement performance here. Impressive stuff, guys. Impressive stuff. So we've got 4 events down now. You had a maximum availability of 48 points if you were some sort of freak of nature and could win every event. Well, there is a guy who's a freak of nature competing, and that's exactly what he's done. He's 4 for 4, 48 out of 48 points. Mitchell Hooper.
How far do you think you could have gone, mate?
I would estimate maybe around 125. But, I present as a pretty calm, collected guy. I had a lovely upbringing. Happy birthday, Mom, by the way. But I think everyone goes through their personal pains and their personal struggles in different ways. And I've felt a hell of a lot more pain internally than a Hercules hold. So that's really not a big deal to me. And I didn't have myself as the favorite, and I shouldn't admit this. But when Luke says, oh, I'm coming here to come second because Mitch is here, there's no part of me inside that feels that way. I feel like I have to earn every single point. It's not easy for me. I'm here working my ass off and preparing hard.
Ladies and gentlemen, champion's response. Another victory notched up on the night here. Glasgow, pay attention. You may be looking at a future all-time greatest strongman.
All right, so there we go. I guess now is the good time to ask the question, the poll that should be up there. Okay, so we've got one event left, right? So you guys know what the question that's coming up, don't you? I'm sure you do. You know what I'm getting ready to ask. I got to get these screenshots out there for the results with you first, and then I'll pop the poll up. So you guys know what I'm going to ask already. I guess we're not going to put the points up, so I'll wait. I'll put that up on the screen, and then we'll come back and get the places. But here you guys go. You guys know the question that's coming up. Are you ready for it? There are some good stone lifters here. We don't have the king of the stones, Tom, but older brother Luke is really good. Trey Mitchell is phenomenal at the stones. King Francis is really good at stones. Several of these guys are pretty darn good. But I feel like Trey Mitchell is phenomenal. He's world class. For the longest time, I thought basically you had 3 stone lifters in the world who were head and stones above everyone else. You had Tom Stoltman, Brian Shaw, and Trey Mitchell. With Tom not there and Brian being out of the game, you elevate Trey's position. Mitch is good at the stones, but he never really has to do them. He doesn't have to do them, so we don't know how good he is or anything else because he rarely has to do them, and when he does do them, he doesn't really seem to tackle them or go at them that hard, just going through the motions. Again, he said he's not going to do that anymore. So I wonder, it's kind of in his mindset in the back right now. Like, is he telling himself he wants to do that? Is there something inside of him, like a fire in his belly that says, I want to win all 5? And then he has to execute. It's not just a matter of if you want it. You have to be able to want it and do it. But if he doesn't want it, then he's not going to do it, right? So if he doesn't care, it's not going to happen. If he does care and want it, it might happen. Might, maybe. What I told you guys earlier at the start of the day, I thought there was a chance that he could win every one of these events. I wasn't declaring that. That wasn't my prediction. I wasn't saying he wasn't going to do it. But I said I wasn't going to say he's going to come out there and win all 5. But I think he could win every one of these. Now, my gut instinct in the day was that his most likely chances was to win the first 3, and the 2 that were most questionable was 4 and 5, with 5 being the most questionable, really because of my respect for Trey Mitchell stones. So I was thinking we very well might see kind of what we've seen. Win for Hooper. And then in my back of my mind, I kind of thought Mitchell Hooper would probably finish second in the stones if he chose to do them, if he hadn't already phoned it home because he'd have such a big lead. Trey Mitchell would win the stones, and Mitchell Hooper would have to finish for something other than gold. But we're very much alive with that possibility, with what I was leaning towards when the day began. But again, I don't know where Mitchell Hooper's mindset is. Maybe he comes out there, does 1 stone, and calls it a day. The truth is, he doesn't even have to do the stones at all. With this victory here, and the fact that Trey Mitchell had the second best time, that pushes Luke Richardson, who was in second, back further. So, actually, I think if Mitchell Hooper wanted to, he could just watch the final event from a recliner in the back. Come out and pick up his trophy. Mark is getting ready to do his Hercules hold right now. I didn't grab any screenshots of Iron Bibby's thing. I'll probably grab some of Mark's just because it's Mark Felix and he's the record holder and blah, blah, blah. Gonna close this poll now. All right, so exactly half of us think that Mitchell Hooper is going to win all 5 events, and the other half of us say, no, either he's not going to care enough to do the final event, or he can't beat Trey Mitchell, or Scotland is going to rally behind Luke and cause him to run to the victory, or beat, or Kane Francis is going to do something special, or blah, blah, or. Lots of ors. But half of us say that Mitchell Hooper's going to do it, and half of us say he won't. And that's almost more exciting than the contest, guys, that we're split there. That almost makes watching the last event worthwhile now, because we're on the edge of our seats wondering if he'll do it. So rather than wondering who's going to win, now we get to watch and find out how he's going to win. Man, Mark Felix looks incredibly comfortable here. He's still going. He's at 1:12 right now. Now, Mitchell Hooper said he thought he could have went to 1:25. So, Mark Felix says, so long, Hooper. If you were right, it's not as good as me. There's 1:30, and unofficially, he does not break his record. He comes just underneath his record. Unofficially, Mark is just shy of breaking his own record. Gave it a good shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, Glasgow, if I could ask you all to please stand on your feet and show your appreciation and love for this truly phenomenal strength athlete, 58 years of age, truly one of a kind, the Miracle Man, Mark Felix in the house.
They're cheering him on like he broke the record. Maybe the timer on the screen was bad, and they said, because I couldn't hear, maybe they said, and he just did it broken, that's why he let it go. But it looked to me like he was about a second and a half short.
29 years of age.
Wish I would have had sound on a minute ago.
I really want to look like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got to catch a word with Mark Felix. Still points out, ladies and gents, there's a vicious rumour going around, which right now I'm struggling to believe, that Mark Felix is 58 years of age. Clearly, he's got the physique of a 22-year-old underwear model. Look at the condition of that man. Mark, what is your body weight right now, mate?
139.
Unbelievable. And 58 years of age, I'll tell you what, let's spin you back to the crowd, mate, so we can catch a little word with you on camera. Mark, late call-up. You got the call last minute to step in here, no preparation done. And you walk in and almost break your own really phenomenal world record.
Almost. So I was right. Almost right.
Did you anticipate that you were going to break it tonight, or were you a little nervous?
Well, with the training I've been doing so far, I think, I could have break it, but I don't know. I don't know why I didn't, but my grip just went.
Now, Mark, no need to apologise. We've seen exactly how hard that is. But I think on behalf of the entire arena here, we want to ask you a little favour.
Yeah.
We know you've retired.
Anytime you can beat Paul Dwyer, that's
will you keep
something you really deserve a trophy for.
Because we love watching you do that.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I just need more notice next time. As long as I get more notice, then I have enough time to practice. So this could be done. I know it could be done.
He knows it can be done.
Right there, ladies and gentlemen, it can
Well,
be
he was
done.
only a second
I
away,
know
so
he
you
will
would
do
think
it.
that, yeah, he can do it. Okay. So I think there's one more guest lifter for the Hercules hold, or at least I thought so, but it looks like they're taking it down. I guess I'm wrong. I thought there was one more. Oh well. Okay. So, one event to go, folks, and we will be crowning our World Tour Finals champion. Which we already know who the champion is. So, the mystery is gone. The only mystery is by how much will it change. So again, there is the results, and I'm waiting for them to do the points placement because I know some of you guys are just getting ready to ask. Okay, yeah, we know Hooper's winning, but give us the rest of the standings. So I will do that as soon as it's up on the screen and I have something to do that from. I think I know anyway by looking at the Hercules hold where everybody's at, but I'm going to wait so that I don't have to correct myself. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Okay. So, again, Mitchell Hooper has 48 out of 48 points. And then in second place, we still have the future Luke Richardson. I actually thought Trey Mitchell was going to climb above him there. I was wrong. So I'm glad I didn't give the results before because I would have had to do a correction. So it is Mitchell Hooper first, Luke Richardson in second at 35.5, Trey Mitchell in third at 34.5. Since he's very, very good at the stones, I feel super good about my pick now from earlier when I said I think Trey Mitchell was going to be on this podium and that Mitchell Hooper was wrong for saying that Trey's not even going to be in the top five. I thought Trey was going to probably come in second, but I didn't think he was. I thought he was going to be on the podium, and I thought it was asinine to think that he was going to finish out of the top five. So right now, Trey Mitchell's in third, and then you've got a two-way tie for fourth. So our top five is Evans Nana and Wesley Derwinski. They each have 30.5, so they're 4 points back of the third place position. So it would be really, really weird to see Trey Mitchell lose more than 4 points on the stones. He's one of the best stone lifters in the world. So I think we probably know exactly who our podium is. It's Mitchell Hooper, Luke Richardson, and Trey Mitchell. The only thing that's really in play or question at this point is who's going to have silver and who's going to have bronze. In what order are Trey Mitchell and Luke Richardson going to finish? But after that, we have Evans Nana, Wesley Derwinski. Then Luke Stoltman and Spencer Remick both have 26.5. And we have Pavlo Kordiaka, 24.5. Kane Francis at 21, and it says 21.05. Surely that's a typo. It should be 21.5. Roman Grekov, 19. Beetham at 11. And of course, Yako did withdraw after the first event like I thought, so he's only got 1 point. I don't really know how much Thor's going to pull. What I do know is I'll be watching and I'll be streaming. So you guys are welcome to come back and join me and watch with me too. And yeah, Ed, I think Trey is going to get silver as well. And that's what I thought at the start of the day. And I'm feeling really good about it now. But I really thought Mitchell Hooper, I really just thought when he made his video giving predictions, he must have just somehow forgotten about Trey Mitchell. Um, I I don't know how you could have had the guy with these events. And Mitchell Hooper knows that, like, because he even talked about something similar to what I said when you guys counted Mitchell or Trey Mitchell's grip out, and I said the Hercules hold is different. He's fine in those static hold events like that. Mitchell Hooper knows that because he mentioned something similar about that in that video. I think I could be wrong, but I thought he did. Um, so with when you look at the other events that are on the table, I don't know where Mitchell thought that Trey Mitchell was going to lose points, if not in the Hercules hold, not in the grip event. I don't know where he thought he was going to lose enough ground to not only not be on the podium, but to fall out of the top five. I just, that was unthinkable to me. I just didn't see how you could expect Trey Mitchell to not be in your top five with this list of events, with these competitors in the field. Mystic Mitch did not look all that mystic to me with that. So yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, Ed, that Trey Mitchell's probably gonna be second, and so we're gonna see the two Mitchells in gold and silver again. First name Mitchell wins it. Last name Mitchell comes second. But maybe Luke Richardson goes out there and puts down an amazing stone run and actually beats Trey Mitchell. But I think this: if you beat Trey Mitchell in a stone run, you have earned it. It's not cheap. You deserve to win because Trey Mitchell is going to give a good performance in the stones. Um, so yeah, yeah. Hooper's right about a lot of stuff. His predictions sometimes are eerily accurate. Eerily so. Like not only will he have the podium in the top five, top 10 right at the end, but like when he gives you where he thinks everyone's going to finish event by event, it's scary how accurate he is sometimes. Um, but in this case, I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking. I to not think that Trey Mitchell was going to finish in the top five with these events. I'm not saying that Trey Mitchell is the kind of guy who's going to come in there and be in the top five in every strongman competition he shows up in, because he's not. I think he's going to do pretty dang well in most competitions that he shows up in. But with these particular events, yeah, I don't know how you could count him out, really. So one event to go, guys. And then we have the Rogue left. That may be the last event that we stream live and this year. I'll have to look at the calendar again. But Rogue Invitational might be it for us on live streams. I'll still bring some content, I think, before we go to the 2025 channel switch and shift in what I'll be doing. Uh, but Rogue might be the last one that we do live. I don't know. Stay tuned. To be decided. Someone looks fired up there. I didn't have my mic on, so I didn't get to hear what Evans was saying, but. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. He walked away from the commentary booth. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm guessing the reason that Rogue did not invite him was because of the Achilles, and they just didn't think he would come back. But it's weird to me that they didn't invite him because he won the thing the last time they had it. He's your Rogue winner. I mean, by virtue of that alone, I think you almost have to invite the guy back. And if he chooses to not compete, okay, we wish you the best. We understand. Get healthy. But I don't understand not inviting him. There have been a lot of people who said maybe there's some kind of thing going on between Trey and Rogue, maybe a disagreement, dispute over certain things, health, money, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if these are inside voices that know things or just people speculating and talking smack because that's what people do. But yeah, where I stand, I don't know how you don't invite a guy who wins. You can't give everybody the big Kaz treatment and say, well, he did so well that we're going to say you can't come back. So I don't know why Trey Mitchell's invitation was lost in the mail, but he should be there. He should be at Rogue. And my fingers are still crossed. I'm still holding out hope that, not that I want someone to withdraw. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want anything to happen like that. It sounds like I'm wishing bad will on someone, and I don't mean to be. But because I want to see Trey Mitchell there and because I think he deserves to be there, I'm still kind of holding out some kind of hope that he's going to find himself in an alternate spot and get called there anyway. And even if he's not training for the competition specifically, because he's had no reason to train for the competition specifically, it's close enough to now. He's been training, obviously, so he'll be in good enough shape to, if not to tune out and give the best performance at Rogue, at least give him a good accounting and a good showing of himself. I'm still got my wishful hat on, hoping for it, but I understand it's not likely to happen, and we're probably going to have to watch Rogue without the big thicket. So, yeah. Fun stuff, guys. Fun stuff. We're going to talk to Mitchell Hooper. Please don't tell us you're not doing the Stones.
Party now.
No, I'm ready to go to bed. Guys, first of all, thank you so much. I've bowed out for two reasons. The smaller reason is because I'm back here in Scotland in 3 weeks for the Rogue Invitational. If y'all don't have tickets to that, come on. The CrossFitters have had it in Texas the past couple of years. They think they're awesome. Come show them that this is the land of strongmen. The second reason is because now we're going to see a head-to-head battle for second and a head-to-head battle for third, fourth. So there's exciting podium finishes. But thank you very much, guys. I am not going to come back. I know the other guys are going to see what I've done this year, step up their game in the off season, and I will not come back and repeat what I've done. I'll come back better.
All right.
Hooper. My goodness me.
I know why he's doing it. I respect the reason. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm kind of upset about it. I feel like he just robbed us of the chance to see something potentially special. But not only that, like I said, he recently did a video where he addressed this very thing and said that he's going to stop doing this. He's going to start attacking the final event, even if he doesn't need to, because he knows that there will be a day in the not too distant future where he will need to do it. And then he comes out in the very next tournament after making such a statement and does so well that, boom, he completely forgets that he made that commitment to himself. It's within his rights, and if the rest of the competition didn't want him to do that, they should have done better. So it's not Mitchell Hooper's fault, but you guys know I'm a straight shooter, and I tell you exactly the way I feel, whether it's popular or not. And I have to say, I don't like it. And there's a part of me that is kind of upset at Mitchell Hooper. He should have competed. He should have gave it his best. I stand by what I just said, whether it's popular or not. Roman going through these stones like a hot knife through butter. So what I guess that means, though, is that in our 50-50 poll for whether Mitchell Hooper would go for a clean sweep and 5 for 5 or not, we were split dead down the middle. Half of us said yes, he would sweep. Half of us said he wouldn't. So for the half that said he would not, congratulations. You guys are the winner. I did not vote in any of today's polls, by the way. Normally I do. I just don't tell you guys what I picked. Because I don't want to really influence your picks. But today I didn't vote in any of them. Which meant I would have been the deciding vote. It would not have been 50-50 if I would have voted. I would have said no, because again, I think Trey Mitchell's going to win the Stones. But anyway, still kind of mad at Mitchell Hooper. Yeah, we can play the maybe game a lot of different ways for sure about why he did or did. We can. The truth is, it really doesn't matter. And even though I'm mad at him, he earned the right to make that decision. 12 points in the first event, 12 points in the second event, 12 points in the third event, 12 points in the fourth event. He earned the right to do whatever the hell he wanted, really. But that doesn't mean that I'm required to like it. I do understand that it's his career, John. I'm advocating for him right now. But I don't have to like it. And I don't. Especially because he just addressed, like I said, this very topic recently and said that he was going to change the way that he approached this. He was making a commitment to himself and to the people who pay their hard-earned money to go see them that they want to see the best, he's going to give them the best. And he knows that he's going to be challenged later, and he needs to be ready for battle when those days come. I just think he probably shouldn't have said that if he wasn't going to come out and do that. I took him at his word, and I expected to see him come out ready to battle in this fifth event. Still pretty good. So I guess that also comes back to earlier. So we had another poll. How many points will it take to win this? And your answers were 58 to 60, 54 to 57, 50 to 53, or the final choice was 49 points will win this thing. Well, the answer is 48 will win the thing, apparently, because Mitchell Hooper's got 48 points and he's not doing the final event. He's still your winner. So all of our guesses were too ambitious and too high because he didn't even need 49 points to win. I don't think I did any screenshots of the stone run, and I apologize. Maybe I won't. I'm just kind of hang out with you guys. I think most of you are watching anyway. Okay, so there's another thing that I don't like. Can I talk about something? Okay, first of all, you guys know that, or some of you know, depends on how long you've been with me, that I'm not a big lover of the Atlas stones. In that, I don't have anything against the Atlas stones, but I personally don't love how they seem to be at every competition, just about, and they seem to end just about every competition, and so much emphasis is put on them. I don't know. I'd like to see more variety. I'd like to go back to the old days of strongman when you didn't really know what events they were going to do. Now I know we tell these guys months ahead, they train for the, and I understand that that's a good thing. We get to see more amazing performances, and the big thing is we get to keep them safe and healthy. But even if we're not going to give them surprises, it'd be nice to see more variety, in my opinion. Now that being said, one of the things that I don't like about stones at all is how they have this rule where once you get the stone up on the platform, if the stone falls down, you have to replace the stone without before you can go on to the next one. Part of me understands the reasoning behind that, because like if it falls off immediately, you could make a compelling argument that they didn't actually put the stone up there. They almost got it up there, but they didn't really get it loaded. You can make that argument there. But I think most reasonable people can see if it actually was on the base or not. And there have been times where we've seen the stone be completely up there, pushed to the back of the actual platform. There's no dispute. And it still winds up rolling back, and then they have to pick it up. I don't like that. I think that's kind of dumb. You have a point, Ed. I am short, so that may be why I'm bitching and moaning about this. You guys are hearing me use words today that you don't ever hear me say, like bitching. Oh my gosh, you probably didn't know that Jace could say words like that. But I assure you that I don't think my height is the reason for this. As a matter of fact, my height hasn't really ever been an issue in this case because I've never had a stone fall off the platform. Although I usually struggle when I was doing these competitions. I struggled mightily with stones because of my height, because the highest platform for the latest stones, they're really dang high. But anytime I did manage to put a stone on a platform, it stayed. That being said, while I don't think it's my height, you're fair to point it out. That's perfectly fair, and it may be me whining with short man's disease. But I don't think that's it. I just think I think it's kind of silly that someone puts the stone on the platform, which is what they're asked to do. You're asked to put the stone on the platform. They accomplish that. It falls off. I don't see why you have to make them do it again. Kind of like when at Strongest Man on Earth a couple years ago, where Brian had that rule when they were doing the Fingles fingers. If it went into the thing, they racked it into the resting platform for the finger, and then it came back. It didn't count. They had to put it back. I thought that is ludicrous. That is stupid. Because the safety mechanism was supposed to catch, and we saw several times it didn't. The guys would push it, it would go to the back, it would bounce off the back and come back. You can't expect the guys to push it. That's not safe. It's also not their responsibility to make sure that it stays. It's their responsibility to get it up there. And so there are some of these rules in strongman that I don't like, and I think about. I'm not anti-rules. I like the rules. But I also think you have to look at the rules and ask, what is it trying to accomplish? What are we trying to do with the rule? And if it doesn't equal fair competition or show who is stronger than the guys next to him, I don't necessarily know that we need it. Well, I like that cement. I wish that all of the competitions did what they do in Norway then. Well, Ed, 5'6" is tall in my opinion. I'm only 5'6" on a tall day when I lie. So, like I said, Luke Stoltman may not be younger brother Tommy, but he's still very good at stones, and he does beat Spencer Remick. That was a good stone run there for Luke Stoltman. The Scots in attendance are happy with that, and they appreciate his effort. So there you go. Spicy stone run for Luke Stoltman there. Good run. Good run. I guess now I've calmed down about Mitchell Hooper not doing the stones. I still don't like it. I still think he should have did it. But I guess I can forgive him. And again, like I said earlier, like it or don't like it, he earned it. You get to make decisions like that when you win every event before the final. Yeah, baby. A baby. All right. Talk about your kid and your woman here, Luke.
That really capped it off. You could hear once again the place go absolutely bananas. They went crazy before I could even announce you. And it's just underlined that what you've done here in Scotland, what you've achieved in strength sports, it's far more powerful than any lift. It's something really unique.
Yeah, I don't know. I just enjoy lifting stuff in the gym. And it's a privilege coming to here. And one of my best friends, Ewan, said behind backstage, says, go out and give you guys something to cheer about. So I hope I did that for you. Thank you, guys.
Now, Luke, we know that within the family, Tom has taken some time out. He's refocused, looking to come back. You said it at the start of tonight. You've been here forever. You're old, but you're not. You're coming out and you're putting on performances like that in front of crowds like this.
Yeah, man, it's amazing what the core power has given me. So it's my little boy that gives me that energy every day. It's my wife, it's my family, it's the people that support me. So thank you, guys. I'll keep doing this for another 20 years yet, man. I love this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Oval Arena one more time. Show your love for your favourite son, the mighty Highland Oak, Mr. Luke Stoltman.
Good moments for the locals. Always like to see the paying fans get something to cheer and be happy about. And now we have Evans Nana versus Wesley Derwinski. And for the fourth time today, you guys are going to hear me be redundant and regurgitate stuff I've already seen. Wow, Evans Nana has really filled out and looks a lot thicker than I've seen him in the past. Not that he was ever, a small guy or tiny or slim by any stretch, but like he looks like he's put on some solid, healthy, good mass. Age limit for masters is usually 40. It's actually because we don't have a really regulated sport and there's not any commissioning bodies. It's left up to those putting on the show to really determine if there's masters and if there will be a division for it or not. But usually, yeah, they set it at 40. Nana gets his fourth. Derwinski spent a lot of time playing with his tacky there. It was neck and neck until then, but Nana did not get it up. Struggled to get it over the lip. This allowed Derwinski to catch up with the slow and steady tortoise versus hare pace here. Can he get it up over the lip? The answer is no. I thought it was yes, but he was too far away. You gotta be close to the platform. You can't be far away when you're in that huddled position and then try to muscle it up over. You have to be close. All right. If I'm not mistaken, we have one more round. I believe we're down to Luke Richardson versus Trey Mitchell. Am I right? Or am I leaving a couple guys out here? I think we're down to the final battle, and I think it's Luke Richardson versus Trey Mitchell, but I could be wrong. I always count on you guys to correct me when I say something incorrect, inaccurate, or just plain stupid. So we're getting ready to see the battle for silver. In some ways, too, you know, when Mitchell Hooper took that stance, too, that he was going to bow out because you get to see a heads-up battle for second stuff, in some ways, that's not really that true. I guess they would say if there's a tie, whoever beat the other person in the final would win. If that's how they're going to do it, and they haven't, I don't think they've announced how they're going to do it, and I don't know. If that's how they do it, and Trey wins, and Luke Richardson finishes second, that would give Trey 1 point, which would give them the exact same number of points that would be tied. So is that really a win for Trey? Or do they split and there is no third place finisher? Do they find some other kind of way? I don't really know how they're going to do that. Obviously, there's no wins. They can't do a count back thing. But that's where another thing, like if Mitchell Hooper had been there, if he could have finished between Trey and Luke, that would really disrupt and take the tie question completely out of it. Like if Trey would have won, Mitchell would have come in second, and Luke would have finished third. Well, now Trey would pick up 2 points. That'd be a clear second place. Anything less than that, and he'd either finish in third, or again, we'd have that tie situation if they finished 1A there. So in some ways, with Mitchell saying stepping out makes this heads-up battle here more true and fair. I think that's only true if they're saying whoever does the better in the final event on account of a tie wins. Yeah. But anyway, here we are. Final battle. The final countdown. Big Thicket, Trey Mitchell. Texas. Born and bred. Versus
Platform number 2, ladies and gentlemen, this man is hailing from and representing England. He is known as the future Lou Richardson. Here we go.
All right.
Listen for the whistle from Darren Sadler.
I picked a win for Trey Mitchell, giving him a second place. He didn't do well here. He just slipped coming out of there. It's not a good start when you slip and fall over.
Luke Richardson has gone through these like fire. He's still going. He's on his 4th stone. Trey is right behind him. Luke makes easy work of it. They're on to the last.
Wow.
This is going to be tight.
They are tied. Win for Trey Mitchell.
It is
Win for Trey Mitchell.
Again. It is that one. Oh,
What a tight contest. That was a good battle. That was a good battle. That was tightly contested. Hats off and props to both of them. So, yeah. So, I believe now that means they would be tied with the points. So, this is the exact thing that I was talking about. They're probably talking about it now. Hopefully, there's a thing. But I'm assuming because he bested Luke here, that means on a tie, he is given the nod. I think. And that kind of goes back to, again, them really putting a lot of emphasis on that final event, aka the Atlas Stones. But if that's the way they're playing it out, then it is exactly what I thought we'd have. Mitchell Hooper, Trey Mitchell, and then Luke Richardson. It's kind of what I expected. But I also thought Mr. Scotland, Spicy Saltman, actually had a shot to podium and get bronze. I thought it was possible. Did not shake out that way.
Try and get to the stone, so that killed a little bit of time. Just a little mistake that cost me a little time, but I'm happy with my performance. I could see Luke over there keeping up with me, doing one motions on a lot of the stones. Just like I'm gonna have to go as quickly as I can with that 400, and then go hop over to the 200 kilo stone.
Last one for you, Trey, before we let you go. Sadly tonight, your overall experience here in Glasgow at the Oval in front of this crowd.
Oh, it was an amazing experience. The crowd was amazing, was high energy the entire night.
Ladies and gentlemen, show you up to the big ticket, Trey Mitchell. Ladies and gents, I am here with the future. Luke Richardson, mate, it's great to see that big smile back on your face. It's coming back, isn't it, mate? And you can feel it.
Yeah, 100%. I knew I had to beat Trey to come second because he only had 1 point on me, and fastest stones obviously wins. But
that answers that.
Trey's an hard man as well. What he came through and how he is now, everyone can see what Trey is. And the fact that I'm competing with these guys, it's nice to me. Obviously, I podiumed a few weeks ago. I podiumed here now. More to myself, I am one of the best guys in the world. Still, I am. And the results can't lie. There was a lot of people when I was getting injured and they would tell me, quit, you need to quit. Why are you still going? Why are you still going? I'm a weird guy, but weird guys do weird things. And I've done something again that it's just, I'm so happy to be able to prove to myself that I've still got it. And I do. So
one of the most interesting things about it, mate, is that it's fine to talk about how you would come back from these potentially career-ending injuries. You've lived it, you've done it, and at a relatively young age, your experience is massive, mate. You're a former Europe's strongest man. You've been through things that might have made lesser men quit. And nights like tonight, in front of this packed house, and them showing their appreciation for you, it must mean that it was worth it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, strongman's my life. In the last 3 years, I've had 5 surgeries. I paid like 40 grand to just have my body put back together. No one can deny my love and passion for this sport. I'll be doing something with my body until the day they put me in a box. I just love pursuing just whatever I can do from a physical perspective. And yeah, it was a bit mad for me in Birmingham. Sorry, I know I'm waffling. But at the VIP meet and greet in Birmingham, I was speaking to a few of the lads about this. People were coming up to me like with tears in their eyes. And to me, I'm just the guy who loves lifting weights. And it's weird that the radiating effect of what I've done is inspiring people. I never thought I'd be an inspiration to anyone. I'm just me. You know what I mean? But, oh man, like, I've done it again. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, this man has taken us all on a journey. And thankfully, we all get years more.
Basically, here's what you need to know, Hamza. Mitchell Hooper wins. He doesn't get the sweep because he did not compete in the Stones. He didn't even do the last event. Didn't need to, didn't do it. So Mitchell Hooper gets first. Might have been able to do the clean sweep. doesn't get the clean sweep because he doesn't do the stones. And then second place goes to Trey Mitchell, the big thicket. Third place goes to Luke Richardson. And I don't know the rest of the positions yet. They'll tell it in a minute. Luke Stoltman, though, I said a really great run from him. And I said if you want to beat Trey Mitchell in the stones, you have to work for it. I also said Kane Francis was very good. Guess what? I predicted a win for Trey Mitchell in the stones. Now, ironically, the stones is why Trey Mitchell finishes second. But he does not win the stones. He actually finishes third in the stones because Luke Stoltman wins the stones and Kane Francis just edges out Trey Mitchell by a third of a second. So Trey Mitchell owes it to the stones for his fight, for his where he finishes and gets silver. But even though he gets silver due to the stones, he actually finished for the bronze position or third in the stones themselves. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. So here we go. Here's your final results. Mitchell Hooper, first place, 48 points. Apparently 45 points would have been enough to win everything. Trey Mitchell and Luke Richardson have the exact same point total of 44.5. Point-wise, it's a tie. Why does Trey Mitchell win? Because he was faster in the stones than Luke Richardson. And boy, was it close. That was a good run. Luke Stoltman does get into the top 5, so I was right about that. I said that he had a chance to get on the podium. He didn't do it. But he did finish 4th, and so that's where I kind of thought he would be, right? I said he has a chance on the third place, but I figure it's going to be Richardson. Well, he gets 4th. That probably makes all the Scotland people there pretty fine. They would have been happier if he was on the podium for sure. But a good top 5 place for Luke Stoltman. Evans Nana rounds out your top 5. He gets 5th. Wesley Derwinski in 6th. Spencer Remick in 7th. Kane Francis in 8th. Pavlo Kordiaka in 9th. Roman Grekov in 10th with 26. Beetham with 14 points for 11th place, and Jaco Schoonwinkel only did the first event where he finished last and then said, I'm out of here. So Jaco Schoonwinkel winds up with a grand total of puntos. 1 point for Jaco Schoonwinkel, also known as last place. So there you go. So, I don't know, guys. That is our World Tour Finals 2024. We did it. We made it through it together. We watched it. We hung out. We talked. Is there anything you guys want to cover before we shut this thing down? I'm going to give you guys the chat. I'm going to give you guys the goodbye time. If there's any general strongman questions you want to throw out or any general strongman topics you want to throw out while we're here and have people to hang out with who enjoy this stuff. Yes, Schoonwinkel finished last. Put it in there now. I'll respond to it. I'll hang out for a few minutes if need be. Otherwise, if you guys don't have any more questions or comments, then I'm going to just say thanks for joining me and I'm going to get the heck out of here and go eat copious amounts of hot chicken. Buffalo wings are calling to me and I want to eat them now. What do you guys say? Anything that you want to hear about or know about before I skedaddle? So I'm explaining to do at church tomorrow. Well, they probably weren't watching this, so I probably won't have any explaining to do. Now, if I'm a good believer and I want to not use words like bitching and stuff like that, then I probably should just go to the altar and repent anyway. But I really don't think that that's a bad term. I just think that some of you guys are probably shocked to hear me say it, but I don't really think bitching is a bad term. Now, I do think it's wrong to call someone the B word, but to say that someone is bitching, like, complaining, I don't really look at that as bad. But if someone wanted to scold me for it and say, Jace, you should represent yourself better and not talk like that, I would also go, I'll keep that in mind. I'm open to criticism. Thanks for hanging out with us, Wayne and Hamza and Ed the Islander and Mark Vrem and Seaman, Semen. I don't really know how we pronounce that. It's clearly not a good old American version of whatever it is. Looks like it's probably Norwegian or I don't know. Swedish? I don't know. South African, maybe? I don't know. But it could be Simon Anderson. It could be Simeon Anderson. It could be Simeon. I don't know what it is. I just know that I'm probably doing a bad job with your name. And I don't mean any disrespect in doing it. I just don't know how to say it. And for that, I apologize. I am still glad that you hung out with us. All right, doesn't look like we have any questions coming in, so I'm assuming that you folks are fine if we end this. I don't know if anyone has subscribed that wasn't subscribed before we started, and I didn't do any shout outs in the thing saying, hey, please subscribe. But if you haven't done that, if you're not a subscriber, if you enjoy Strongman half as much as I do, a third as much as I do, 5% as much as I do, and you're passionate and happy to see people who are passionate and happy about the stuff that they love, then come back here and join me again. Subscribe now. If you couldn't care less and this is the only time I'll see you, well, thanks for hanging out. It was nice to hang out with you. Until then, I'll see you guys at the Rogue Invitational, and you guys stay safe. Later.